People are still arriving. No doubt the weather has delayed some of our participants today. Let's go ahead and get started, though, so that we can stay on track with our schedule. I am going to introduce Stacy Silverman to begin us this morning. Many of you know Dr. Silverman, who has been with the agency for over 25 years. She has served in a variety of capacities during that time, including at one point in the past Perkins grant advisement and Perkins administrative oversight. Dr. Silverman knows Perkins well. She was appointed Assistant Commissioner for the Academic Quality and Workforce Division in January. And we welcomed and celebrated that appointment. We are glad to have Stacy as our leader in our division. Dr. Silverman has joined us this morning to give the welcome, and I will turn the mic over to her. Stacy?
Thank you, Mindy. First and foremost, welcome to the Higher Education Coordinating Board, and thank you very much for braving the weather and getting to us early this morning. I want to let you know that I bring greetings from the Commissioner and his new leadership team, which was rolled out at our board meeting. What was that, a week ago? 2 weeks? A week ago. Feels like a little bit longer than that, but yay. We're very excited to have these folks on board and transitioning into our new leadership of our agency. It's really an exciting time to be at the coordinating board, and as a result, it's going to be a really exciting time for you all to be Perkins recipients of leadership grants. I know that Commissioner Keller is incredibly interested in workforce, and he's also committed to having this agency serve our institutions as a resource for you, and really not to be a bureaucratic institution, which I think is what we had been becoming. So I am happy to address any questions. I can tell you a little bit about the coordinating board. We do have the 9-member board. Their members are appointed for 6 years. They do serve they are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. We have a full complement now. The governor has appointed 2 additional board members, and we have made some changes. One of the big changes that the commissioner made kind of right off the bat, and I'm personally very pleased about it, is that we will now have our board committee meetings the day before our board meetings. So if you all have on your calendars now that we used to have our board committee meetings a month before our board meetings, make sure you go back and change that, because it will be the day before our board meeting. I believe it is April 22nd, 23rd. So make sure you update your calendars for that. On that note, I'm happy to address any questions, but I know that you have an awfully long agenda, and I know we want to learn from you what you all are doing with these important grants that you all have, and I'm very excited to hear about them. I will be in and out all day. I've got different other commitments that I have to attend to, but I am going to try and be here to hear many of your presentations. And I'm happy to take any questions wherever I am. So please feel free to contact me at any time. Thanks so much, and I look forward to this.
Thank you, Stacy. And I will now go over the order of business today and cover some housekeeping details, and then we will dive right in and get started. First, we have a full agenda today. We've organized our 12 state leadership grants into 4 presentation panels, each panel centered around a common theme to those grants. We'll hear from 2 curricular innovation panels, an employability panel, and an access and student support panel. Each panel will have approximately an hour to present as a panel. So time your presentations accordingly. We ask that you hold questions until the end of each panel session in order for us to stay on schedule. We anticipate having time for questions during the luncheon today and also at the end of the day during our discussion. We will ask each panel to bring name placards to the dais as we call you forward. You will present up here from the dais. Your moderator will join you as we call you forward. And of course, take them back with you when you go. Okay. Let's see, some housekeeping items. The event is being webcast today. Please remember to turn on your mics when you speak so that you can be heard both in the room and on the webcast. I'll remind you to turn your mic off when you're finished speaking so that you don't inadvertently have the state of Texas version of a CNN moment. Technology announcements, please silence your phones, of course. The Wi-Fi network, if you need to know the Wi-Fi network, is Education Go Get It. That's the agency's open network for guests. Restrooms are located across the hall from the boardroom. You can exit at the back of the room if you'd like, or you can slip around and go out through the kitchen door next to the refreshments table. And let's see, Valerie Carrera, is Valerie in the room? Valerie will collect your lunch order funds if you've ordered lunch later this morning. And finally, we invite you to join in the refreshments. We have cookies, coffee, juice, nuts, fruit, water. So please make yourselves at home during the morning. We don't have an organized break scheduled, so if you need to step out for a phone call or something, just please do that at your leisure. Okay? Do you have any questions before we get started? Okay. Believe it or not, we're well ahead of schedule. That's a good sign. Let's get started then. Panel number 1, would you please join me at the dais? That will be Austin Community College, Dallas County Community College District, and South Texas College. Okay. And it's my pleasure to introduce our speakers for Panel 1, Promoting Curricular Innovation. Group 1, in the order they'll present, please welcome Dr. Amardeep Kalan, Austin Community College, presenting ACC's Fast Track to Success, Expanding Competency-Based Education Across Texas project. She is joined by Ann Kennedy, a renowned tech guru, who will assist as needed. Dr. Tricia Thomas Anderson, Eastfield College. presenting Eastfield's Blended Pathways from Industry to Degree project. And Dr. Rosamond Moore and Dr. Kevin Peak, South Texas College, presenting STC's Advancing Completion and Employability in IT project, also known as ACIT. And we'll begin with ACC's project. Amardeep.
Thank you, Mindy. It's been really exciting to be in the 5th year of this project. Our project is called Fast Track to Success, and many of you may have seen the email come about the Fast Track to Success conference. So I'm going to put a shameless plug for that right now at the beginning. So we are very grateful to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for supporting our project since 2015. And what I'm going to talk to you about is where the project started, what is the current state of the project, and most importantly, I'm going to talk to you about a statewide survey that we did as part of the project this year. So our grant started in 2015, and the overarching purpose of this grant was to establish a network of institutions to expand CBE, to provide mentoring to these institutions. And in the beginning, we created and curated, and Anne was the creative mind behind that. Created and curated video case studies of successful CBE programs. You can see them on our project website as well. And the site, in case you want to write it down, is sites, SITES, austinCC.edu/CBEC, which stands for Competency-Based Education Consortium. So our project is related to competency-based education. There is, and I'll talk a little bit about that during the survey when I talk about that. So in the second year of the grant, we wanted to do something more for the state. We wanted to do something that would actually bring people together, because the whole purpose of the grant was to network, to create a network. So we established the state's first conference that was focused on CBE. We looked around, and there was a private conference focused on CBE that was held in San Antonio, and the registration for that was $1,800, which is sometimes the entire budget for a department to travel. So we created a grassroots conference with the pledge to ourselves, not to anyone else, to keep the registration $100 or below. So that people could travel to this and actually build connections. And we were very fortunate to find very good sponsors for our conference who came in and said, hey, this is great, we'll help you pick up the cost for the conference. And we were very fortunate to have the support of the coordinating board when we submitted the grant and asked for a little bit of funding for the conference. So in the first year, we published a white paper on how to set up a CBE program. It is available on our website. We talked about our project at very surprisingly elite forums like South by Southwest EDU. Totally did not expect to get accepted there, but we did. and conferences such as the International Computing Education Conference, TACTI, and many other venues. So fast forwarding to 2019, we wanted to add more value to the project and more value for the state. So we wanted to get a snapshot of CBE around Texas. What was Texas doing? What were the attitudes toward CBE? What were some of the challenges people were facing? And how many people were actually doing CBE? We knew anecdotally that many people were interested. We knew anecdotally that people were trying to do this, but we actually didn't have data to back that up. So to collect the data, we thought of doing our own survey, but then we talked to American Institutes for Research, and they were doing a national survey. And instead of duplicating efforts, we partnered with them. And in their survey, they added a Texas question saying, if you're from Texas and you agree to share your data with the Fast Track project, click here. And if you agree to talk to the Fast Track project in detail, click here. So there were 2 clicks, extra clicks for Texas. We did that, and we got great results from the survey. 187 people in Texas received the survey, and 50 of them actually responded, which is a really good response rate for a survey. It's 26.7%. The national response rate for the AIR survey was 18.4%. So yay, Texas. Everything is bigger, right? Okay. We found out some surprising things. Of the 50 who responded, there were 32 who said, hey, we're already doing CBE. There were 8 who said, we're not doing it, but we're really interested. We want to find out more. And there were 10 who said, we have no interest in this, or we are not doing this. Now, we don't know, the survey was a temperature-taking survey. It wasn't a deep dive. So we had decided when we did the quantitative survey that we would follow it up with a qualitative study in this year, in 2020. And so in the survey, there was a question that, would you agree to talk to us in detail? And 8 out of the 50 said, yes, we would talk to you. And it was surprising. They were not just public institutions. We also had an institution in Houston or Dallas, it was Dallas, I think, that we didn't even know that A, this institution existed, or B, they were doing CBE. This was a college for Bible studies. And we found some other interesting data in there, how people are defining competencies. We found that while the interest for CBE in Texas is very strong, but we also found that greater than 5 complete degrees of programs are not to be found in Texas at one institution, with the exception of maybe South Texas College now has more than that. But they didn't identify that on the survey. And we found that a lot of people are doing a few courses. A lot of people are doing courses within one academic discipline. They are doing courses, some are doing courses across discipline. Very few people are doing full programs. We don't know the reasons behind that. We can only speculate. But speculation is not good data, so we will not add our speculations to our report. But we speculate part of the reason, I'm sharing it with this forum, could be funding issues. Part of the reason could be mentoring issues. Who do we go to get help? Should we need help? And we had that experience with our partner, Lamar Institute of Technology. We went to them in August, and we provided a mentoring session in August. And Ann and I went there, and we saw a lot of pushback. But now, yesterday, in a conversation with them, they're all on board. They're very excited. They're moving forward with a pilot CBE program. And not only are they moving forward, but they're moving forward in the most innovative manner. So we were really happy that happened, and things are moving forward. So from the survey, we also found out what kind of ways people are looking at to scale up. We also found the forecast. What do people feel about CBE? They feel it's great. We really want to do it, and we think there's a bright future. And we also looked at the goals of the Texas 60/30 plan, and CBE ties in very intricately into all of the goals of the Texas 60/30 initiative. And one of the interesting things that we found out was that of the 32 people who are doing CBE, most of them are doing it to reach non-traditional learners, which again, Texas 60/30 is looking at those students. And also a second important reason was to help non-completers complete. And a third important reason was to make sure that learning actually happens. So, so we found all of those things, and we'll be submitting a report to the coordinating board within the next few weeks. And the coordinating board, then Mindy or Sherry, somebody will disseminate it to statewide once it's approved by the coordinating board. So if you have any questions about that survey, I'll be happy to answer them during the breaks. Okay, the current grant, as I said, we have, the survey is one of the qualitative studies, one of the deliverables of that. But these are our partners. We have ACC, of course, is the lead institution. We have El Paso, Amarillo, Trinity Valley, and Lamar Institute of Technology. And the nice thing is that Lamar Institute of Technology, being the new partner, is actually talking to all the previous partners to help get going, and that was our goal, to have those interconnections happen. For this grant, we're going to conduct 2 customized regional training programs. We've already had one, and that was in Dallas. And our second one is scheduled at Texas Southmost College later during the semester. We have increased the membership to Lamar Institute of Technology, and we're looking at mentoring others as well around the state. Consortium website, that's Anne's forte, maintaining the website. We have a beautiful website, so go to that and look at the information about the conference and look at the video case studies as well. We are using a qualitative research methodology and a storytelling approach this time to gather CBE stories from selected institutions. And our goal 5 is to have our conference again, which is on June 8th through 10th. 9th and 10th is the conference. June 8th is going to be a free pre-conference workshop that is included in your registration of $80 whole. And the pre-conference workshop right now, the way we are planning it, it's going to be on OER and CBE. So what is our project timeline? We are right on target for everything that we had planned. Our website is already completed. We've had two training sessions, and the conference will be completed by June. Our speakers are not going to be identified in February because we extended our call for proposals. Otherwise, it would have happened in February. We extended it to February 21st. Registration, conference announcements have gone out. Registration info will be going out in February. The facilities are secured. It's going to be at the DoubleTree down the street. As always, that's where it's been for the past 2 years. 3 years.
3 years.
No, first year it was at Hilton Garden Inn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and in June is our conference. So for the qualitative study, we have the research questions. We are going to be conducting the interview through April. We're going to analyze the results April and May and publish the report by August. So that is our grant. We are doing 2 conference presentations for this, one at the League for Innovations, and one is at the ACM, Association for Computing Machinery, the International Computing Education Conference. And we've submitted a proposal to TACTI, and that's my thing. I hope I was on schedule for that.
You certainly were, and thank you, Amardeep. We will, as I stated at the introduction, hold questions until the end. Let us go now to Dr. Tricia Thomas Anderson, Eastfield College, presenting on Eastfield's Blended Pathways Project from Industry to Degree.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for the coordinating board, for yet another opportunity to expand some of the work that we've had an opportunity to do basically from the 2015-2016 year to now. We've focused on a model that's learning and sharing. We started our first project in 2015, 2016 as the PLA Portal Project. And basically, we were interested in learning more about PLA and how to develop PLA options, within the academic area. We were, offering basically on demand, a performance-based exam through our academic CTE areas or, credit by exam, some of the things that many colleges were already offering as a, first come, first base, or based on based on a need or a request from the students. And so we have expanded our project this year is a continuation of a scale up from the PLA Portal Project. And we actually started the Blended Pathways Project in 2017, 2018. But just to kind of give you a little bit of history of how we got to that point, the PLA project, because we were interested in learning more about PLA and how to actually develop some options specifically in our academic CTE areas, we realized that there were probably other colleges that were just as interested and, having some challenges in, really getting a better understanding of PLA. And our district also was very interested in developing PLA options and expanding that throughout the district. So it came, at a perfect time. And so the first project actually was focused on professional development training. We offered several day conferences across Texas, basically one every month. And so we were pretty busy, as well as participating in conferences about PLA, based on what we'd learned and the project itself. We also developed a web-based portal that would include all of the webinars, and it's actually plaportal.org, and it has all webinars from the day conferences on it, as well as resources from peer-reviewed journals, manuals that have been developed by some of the institutions who were best practice institutions, and that just became a resource for anyone who was interested in PLA. And so in 2017, 2018, we felt like we were ready to move a little bit further. And so the Blended Pathways Project, again, has a professional development component in it, focused specifically on faculty and teaching faculty how to be evaluators of industry certifications so that they can crosswalk that with curriculum, CTE curriculum, and award credit to industry personnel who are interested in actually acquiring post-secondary credentials. And so the Blended Pathways Project concentrated on a credit for prior learning faculty evaluator institute. And of course, the majority of the participants were faculty, and it actually was held at Eastfield College. But in addition to that face-to-face institute, we also incorporated a pre-institute specifically for the faculty who would be working on the development of the crosswalks, so that if they never participated in PLA, had very limited information about PLA or, the crosswalk process, the pre-institute would sort of provide the basics of information for them, as well as kind of give them some idea of what they might be experiencing, in after the institute as they worked with subject matter experts to actually develop those crosswalks. So a pre-institute, a face-to-face institute, and then after they worked with the American Council on Education, subject matter experts and consultants in the specific academic area that they were developing crosswalks with, virtually with technical assistance, so they could contact these individuals anytime they ran into a challenge or didn't quite understand something. They also set up scheduled meetings virtually so that they could discuss as a group, the process, and they could learn from those subject matter experts as well as other faculty who were involved. And so these are some of the industry certifications that our faculty actually developed crosswalks to credit programs of study from in HVAC, automotive, and auto body, as well as BOSS or CIT. And so that was the first Blended Pathways project. And one of the challenges we recognize most among faculty is, they told us that, it was difficult. It was very difficult for them, to kind of, grasp the basics and the understanding of exactly what they were doing, as well as wanting to make sure that what they were doing was correct and would be accepted by the accrediting agency. But once they had a basic understanding and, they completed their first crosswalk and what we're calling a blended pathway between industry certifications and credit programs, you can see we only asked them to do at least one. And so we ended up with several, in the different program areas. So the credit for prior learning Faculty Evaluator Institute included the foundations of mapping, project mechanics, alignment, and mapping. The faculty met with the subject matter experts in a breakout session separate from the general group so that they could have that one-on-one in their specific academic area. Panel discussions from subject matter experts occurred, and then the action planning after the institute, what they would be involved in. And so this project this year, the first year of the two-year project, will include another credit for prior learning Faculty Evaluator Institute. And we've actually completed the pre-institute for that institute on January 31st. And the first credit for prior learning institute is going to be held on February the 14th. And so in this year, the ideal is to have faculty, not just from our institution, but ideally from other institutions, to participate in the institute and have an opportunity to replicate what has already been developed at their institutions. This is a snapshot of the SharePoint portal that's used during the virtual technical assistance with the faculty and the subject matter experts after the institute. And so you can see just kind of, they have a discussion board, they go through an orientation, pre-work materials are uploaded. They get some of the pre-work materials during the pre-institute virtual snapshot. And so they also have resources of examples from other institutions that have been provided by the subject matter experts. And so they use this platform to communicate with the subject matter experts and consultants throughout the process. And then they also schedule conference calls so that they can actually talk to each other in audio as well. So this is an example of the outcomes of the work of the faculty in a blended pathways format, basically showing the crosswalk between the industry certifications and the credit program, and how much they might get, how many credits they might get awarded based on, the certificate level or an associate degree from the industry certifications. And then, of course, some of the faculty, obviously, as they were doing the evaluation, recognized that there were other requirements that they felt like a student would need to have, beyond just the certification to demonstrate that they truly had the performance-based experience. And so on the side, is what a student might see at the bottom of a card, and I have some of those cards with me today, so I'll share them with you. If there were any additional, requirements beyond just having the certifications that the faculty actually identified, including the 25% seat requirement in a course, so they could not, acquire, more credit than the 25%, and any credit beyond that from an industry certification would be applied as elective credits. So during the technical assistance portion of the project after the Institute, these are some of the things that faculty were engaged in. And so they did an extensive review and evaluation of the competencies in the industry certifications along with the credit requirement. The technical support with ACE and other subject matter experts helped them to really have a better understanding of how those credentials and competencies matched up. And then the faculty uploaded information for review by the subject matter experts to make sure that it was in line, if there were any corrections that they felt like maybe needed to be made, or recommendations and changes and things like that. And so they did not approve it, per se, but, they would review it, make sure it was in alignment with, the best practices and the standards in regards to crosswalks between industry certifications and credit programs. And then, as I mentioned, they continue to have virtual meetings. And so on the side, you can see of the 4 programs of study, the amount of credits that a student might actually acquire based on the different industry certifications that they might receive. So with that, one of the surprising benefits of the program is that at the end of the 2017-2018 program, we actually received $10,000 from the SAC CLC to expand and replicate the blended pathways, to other institutions and to develop a new one. And we chose to develop a criminal justice blended pathway between TCLOS and the credit program in criminal justice, our AAS degree. And then we also were able to encourage other institutions within the Dallas County Community College District, some of our other sister colleges, to replicate what had been created in the Blended Pathways program at Eastfield. And so some of the outcomes, of course, we did another institute for the new faculty who were involved, and it was a virtual institute. We replicated 2 of the 4 crosswalks that were developed in the Blended Pathways 1 project. That was CIT and automotive. And we, of course, developed a new criminal justice one. And one of the greatest benefits to the college, as well as what we felt like would also be a benefit to several other colleges in Texas, and we incorporated into our current Blended Pathways project, is the development of policies and procedures that would be acceptable by SAC CLC. And so that definitely was one of the benefits of working directly with SAC CLC, because we were able to, identify administrative task force, including our executive council, in review of what the faculty had created, and basically really detailing how the institution determined the awarding of that credit, and those policies and procedures were shared with SAC CLC as a part of the project and reviewed. And as a result of that, we have also been identified as a college, for the district as a pilot, per se, for developing district-wide policies and procedures and program initiatives in PLA and credit for prior learning. So in addition to what we've learned and what we've shared, from our previous experiences through the Blended Pathways project, some portions of what we are expanding in this Blended Pathways project, in addition to offering the CPL opportunities and the replication of blended pathway models with other institutions, we also, wanted to learn more about CBE, and hopefully it would expand in the same way that PLA has expanded at the institution. When we started the PLA portal project in 2015, 2016, we didn't have a lot of students actually receiving credit, as a result of PLA. And so it was less than, 500. And so by the end of that project, the PLA, the number of students who were receiving credit for PLA had increased to about 1,400. And so it has continued at about that same pace since that year. And as part of our institution's key performance indicators, we added, the number of students who are acquiring credit through PLA and CBE. And unfortunately, in the CBE area, that number has remained zero. And so that was definitely, an opportunity, we thought, to sort of replicate the strategy that we use for PLA for CBE. And so with this project, in addition to replicating the CPL blended pathways options, we're training our faculty in CBE, similar to what we offered in the PLA, so that they understand the basics, the foundation, the framework of CBE, in hopes that they will do the same thing as they've, done through the blended pathways with CPL, and be able to develop crosswalks or programs in CBE. We're targeting the computer information technology program for CBE because all of our campuses actually have CIT. And we're adding a new program of study, accounting, to develop a CPL and hopefully a CBE pathway as well. Our current partners are Mountain View College, who is also one of our colleges that created a pathway in CIT and automotive, and then South Texas College, as a support to our faculty in the CBE area. And so we'll be offering 3 institutes in CBE that will be supported by South Texas College and our subject matter experts that we've worked with the Blended Pathways Project. And again, technical assistance after those institutes, specifically focused on CBE and helping faculty to understand the foundation for CBE programs and how to develop those at our colleges and other colleges that might be interested. So as I mentioned, our Credit for Prior Learning Institute for 2020 is February the 14th, and we've conducted our virtual pre-institute on January the 31st. And the pre-institute was primarily focused on, a target audience of institutions who are interested, whether they were, a part of the Dallas County Community College District or other colleges throughout the state of Texas, in replicating and having their faculty participate in the technical assistance after the face-to-face institute. And so we opened up that invitation for any college faculty and administrators who, thought they might want to replicate the blended pathway models that have been created, to participate in the pre-institute, as our faculty evaluators did in the last Blended Pathways project. And we were happy to identify 12 participants who actually joined in the pre-institute, interested in replicating at their institutions. And so we hope that all 12 will continue throughout the process with the technical assistance training and replicate blended pathways that they can offer at their institutions. And then, as I mentioned, we have 3 institutes specifically for CBE, and like PLA and CPL, this will be a learning process for us, and those are scheduled. The first one in late spring, even though it's a 2-year project, and we hope to spend most of our time in the second year on CBE. We wanted to make sure that we get that started earlier, so that training, could already sort of, be offered for the faculty. Rather than, trying to do training all in the second year, as well as technical assistance, so that they could spend more time with the subject matter experts as needed in that second year. And I think that's it. So any questions, or are we saving questions?
Yes, thank you, Tricia. Let us just proceed, and I think we will have ample time for questions at the end. I'll introduce now Dr. Rosamond Moore and Dr. Kevin Peak, South Texas College. presenting STC's Advancing Completion and Employability in IT project.
Good morning. Thank you for having us today. My name is Dr. Rosamond Moore, and I will be presenting today with Dr. Kevin Peak. And we are pleased to be here to present the Perkins ACE IT grant. And what is that grant? That grant is a replicable career and technical education pathway that is based on competency-based education frameworks, in particular in IT career clusters. And why are we doing this? We're doing this because it meets the needs for the Texas 60 by 30 initiative, and we're being supported by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. So thank you for having us today. This particular project is taking place starting in January of this year and finishes up in August of 2021. So we're just getting started. Our partners in this particular initiative are Tyler Community College, Eastville College, and El Paso College, and we'll explain to you later why these particular colleges are involved in our particular initiative. Our team consists of myself as the project coordinator, Dr. Peak as the CBE liaison, and faculty that will be trainers as part of a symposium that we'll offer throughout the state. The 60 by 30 Texas plan ties in directly to our project because it meets the overarching goal of having at least 60% of Texans aged 25 to 34 with a certificate or degree. It meets the goal of completion, that at least 550,000 students will complete some type of certificate, associate, or bachelor's or master's degree. It provides marketable skills to our students at South Texas College, and it will allow students to minimize their student debt. To talk a little bit about our project, our grant in particular, our grant is focused on high-wage, high-demand occupations in IT. We are focused specifically on 2 certificates that we offer at South Texas College. We're focused on the certificate in computer and network specialists and the certificate in computer and application specialists. We will be developing competency-based education frameworks, the entire curriculum that's necessary to complete these 2 certificates. We will also offer, as part of this grant, 4 regional symposiums throughout the state, and we'll designate where those will take place. This grant also concludes a pre-apprenticeship to apprenticeship design, in which we will discuss further. Why these particular degrees? We've selected these particular degrees because they represent high-wage, high-demand occupations in information technology. We found that in the Valley, relative to the state, we don't have as many individuals in these roles. So as an institute, we're sharing our experiences and the grant throughout the state. Our competency-based education framework is very familiar to us. The last time I was here at the Higher Education Coordinating Board was part of the TAB grant. I was actively involved in the launch of our CBE competency-based bachelor's degree in organizational leadership, and Dr. Peak will talk about that in more detail and some of the successes we've had with that degree. We've done a good deal of work at South Texas College to ensure that the competency-based framework is not only at the bachelor's level, but we're also implementing it at certificate as well as associate degree levels. We will have in this particular grant a competency-based framework, which Dr. Pete will discuss in more detail.
Good morning. In the interest of time, to allow enough time for questions to remain within the temporal parameters that were established, I'll be fairly brief. But I just want to begin by telling you how excited we are. Both my colleague and I have been waiting for this day. I, in particular, am tremendously excited to be in this room for 2 reasons. The first is we have an opportunity to share with you, our colleagues, the content, the goals, the status of this particular project. And I want to thank the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for giving us the opportunity, as well as the representatives of the Perkins grant. The second reason that I'm tremendously excited to be here, and I think that we can all agree, or perhaps not, we're coming from South Texas where it's 80 degrees and it's cold outside. I'm driving in last night and something's tapping on the windscreen. Wait a minute, that's not leaving watermarks, that's hail. So no, it's nice to be here in the room that's warm. As mentioned by my colleague, Dr. Rosamond Moore, one of the core components of this project is the creation of 4 regional symposiums. The purpose of those symposiums is to provide information, guidance, mentorship to colleges and universities throughout the state of Texas that are interested in creating competency-based programs in information technology and in related areas. And I would humbly submit that South Texas College is highly qualified to bring this particular project to fruition. We have a tremendous amount of experience, knowledge, insight into competency-based education that we believe is going to be an asset in helping other colleges and universities throughout the entire state, 4 regional symposiums throughout the entire state that are interested in developing competency-based programs. And we've already seen in our institution at Austin Community College and Eastfield College the tremendous potential of competency-based education to transform lives. And with regards to the 60 by 30 initiative, its potential to transform lives for adult learners, for students who have taken some time off, for students who have accumulated credit but aren't able to apply it. South Texas College's experience in competency-based education, as mentioned by my colleague, dates back to 2013. At that point, we solicited a Texas Affordable Baccalaureate grant. We weren't sure if we would get it. It was a $1 million grant. It was fairly competitive. But we applied nonetheless, and we're very pleased to receive notification that we had been awarded that grant. Those funds were used to create a Bachelor's of Applied Science in Organizational Leadership in collaboration with Texas A&M Commerce. This was the first 100% bachelor's program in competency-based education in the state of Texas, so we had to get it right. All the preparations were in place. We had done all of our homework. All of our partners were aligned, but we were still a little bit worried. Fast forward 5 years, right? So we implement the program in 2014. Fast forward 5 years after a lot of sweat, tears, and no small amount of arguing amongst ourselves. And the program was a tremendous success. I'm happy to report that we began that bachelor's program with a cohort of approximately 50 students. 5 years later, we have average student enrollment of 500 students, and we had graduated more than 600 students, the vast majority of whom were adult learners who, by their own testimony, might not otherwise have been able to acquire a bachelor's degree. The reason I'm putting emphasis on this is so that we can clarify the usefulness of competency-based education, but also the importance of these symposiums that we're organizing. This is the educational modality that we're going to be helping institutions to adopt throughout the state. And based on our experience and what we've seen, we know that they're going to be successful. So our first program in organizational leadership, Bachelor's Applied Science in Organizational Leadership, was so successful that we converted our 3 other bachelor's programs over to the same CBE format. At this point, we have 4 competency-based programs that have been tremendously successul. And at the beginning of this year, we're also going to be implementing 2 other competency-based programs, not bachelor's programs, but certificates in accounting and in human resources. In addition to our experience creating competency-based programs within our institution, South Texas College also has a fairly in-depth level of experience in collaborating with other institutions to create competency-based programs. And we think this is going to be of particular help to us during these symposiums, where we're providing information and we're guiding other institutions in the development of competency-based programs in information technology and other areas. For example, the aforementioned Bachelor's of Applied Science and Organizational Leadership, as stated, was developed in collaboration with Texas A&M Commerce. In 2018, we received another grant to develop a competency-based program, bachelor's competency-based program in computer information technology that was developed in collaboration with Dr. Kaloun. It's always a little intimidating being in the same format as Dr. Kaloun. She's eloquent, she's knowledgeable, and she's truly a pioneer in competency-based education in the state. So we had collaborated with Texas A&M Commerce to create the BASL. We collaborated with Austin Community College to create a Bachelor's of Applied Science and Information Technology. Recently, we received another grant the beginning of 2019 to assist the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley in developing a competency-based bachelor's program in early childhood development, and that project has just been tremendous so far and has quite a bit of potential. We're also going to be collaborating with Tricia in helping to develop what we hope is going to be a platform, a foundation for ongoing work in competency-based education in her institution and in other institutions. We have a sub-grant, we'll be working with them. South Texas College, and I said I'd be brief, I'll end quickly. South Texas College's reputation in competency-based education is well established. Not only is it well established in the state, but we're constantly receiving solicitations for help, for guidance, for information, for mentoring and competency-based education from outside of the state. For example, 2 weeks ago, I returned from Boston. I had traveled to Boston with Dr. James Fountain, Dr. Carlos Rivers at the Institute for Competency-Based Education in Commerce. We had received a solicitation from Nicholas College. They had heard about the work that we're doing and the progress that we're making in increasing the adult completion rate. And they asked if we could assist them in developing a competency-based program in business administration, which we were more than happy to do so. So, just sort of to make a long story short, which I already haven't, we're excited about this project, very excited about this project. This is going to be 4 symposiums strategically located throughout the state. All colleges and universities in the state of Texas that are interested in developing a competency-based program in computer information technology or a related field are welcome. And not only are we going to be providing intensive, concentrated sessions on competency-based education, how to plan it out, how to develop it, how to administer them, but we're also going to be providing follow-up to each and every one of these institutions. And once again, speaking of shameless plugs, if any of you in your respective institutions are interested in competency-based education, interested in its potential, interested in what it can do for your programs in computer information technology, please consider attending the symposium and please share this information with your colleagues. If the past is any indication, not only are these symposiums going to be successful, but the programs that are subsequently implemented by these institutions are going to provide an opportunity for their students, for their communities, for them to create a better future, to create more prosperity, and to help, as we know, the millions of students in the state of Texas who do have a certain amount of credit already accumulated, but for a number of obstacles that we want to overcome, we're unable to acquire a degree.
The goals of the symposium are a 3% increase in course completion in the 2 certificates that were mentioned, that we create a replicable 100% online CBE model, that we promote and share this at the 4 regional symposiums, and that we collaborate with institutes of higher education to implement the model and provide ongoing course development and support to those institutes of higher education. Another aspect of our grant are apprenticeship programs. Apprenticeship programs, in this particular case, IT, what we're looking at is we're going to create and provide for the students opportunities not only to complete coursework, but also to work in the field of study at the same time. As part of the Department of Labor apprenticeship programs, South Texas College has been designated as a sponsor educator. We are utilizing the sponsor educator model as part of the apprenticeship programs that we will be implementing. For the purposes of IT in particular, we're going to focus on the students receiving what's called a CompTIA A+ certificate and working towards apprenticeship in that area. We are utilizing the Department of Labor competencies, core competencies that have been identified for information technology as a guideline and foundation for establishing where we will go moving forward with our business partners. South Texas College as well has already had significant success with apprenticeship programs. We have offered a apprenticeship roundtable that was held in 2017. In 2018, STC was designated by the Department of Labor as a federal apprenticeship sponsor institution. We have done dual enrollment youth to apprenticeship programs with the McAllen Institute, ISD, in the areas of HVAC, culinary arts, and automotive. And what typically happens in that case is we'll get with the particular businesses. They will identify what are the core competencies that are necessary for their field or their field of study. They will work in partnership with us to develop the curriculum. The students will apply for a position at that particular business. The business makes the determination whether or not they want to hire that student. The student is hired and is paid at some point in the apprenticeship process, not necessarily in the beginning, but over time they build up to the exact same salary that the person that is mentoring them receives. We've also done partnerships and apprenticeships in the area of maintenance, biomedical equipment, and phlebotomy through our nursing programs in 2019. And currently, one of our successful apprenticeships that we're offering is as a professional brewer. We have several craft brewers in the area, and so we've created apprenticeship programs for chemistry students are entering these programs to learn how to brew beers. So we're hoping to pass this process and experience that we've had with apprenticeships to the Perkins Leadership Grant, the ACE-IT grant, and provide apprenticeships as well for our information technology students. So what we've done to date in 2019 was pretty much a lot of high-level planning. We developed our mind map of our grant goals, and typically when I start projects, I like to create the mind map in order to facilitate for all of our team members what are those key goals that each of them needs to focus on, where they fit into the puzzle of the overall project. We've developed our project Gantt charts for the program. We've presented the grant at the IT Program Advisory Committee meetings, and we will be members going forward of every advisory committee meeting. These are our business partners that work with us in information technology. We also met with the apprenticeship coordinator at South Texas College, who is helping us to develop the curriculum that we will utilize for the apprenticeship program. And we also have locally a Rio Grande Valley Technology Association group for which we've presented the apprenticeship as well in order to encourage those businesses that are members of the association to take our students on as apprenticeships. We officially kicked off this spring of 2020, and we'll be starting off with the continued development of our competency-based courses for the 2 certificates that we're planning to work on at South Texas College. Thank you, and are there any questions?
And with that, we'll wrap this panel up, and we do have time for questions. I'd just like to comment here that we are seeing powerful post-secondary CTE innovation already in progress and under further development. CBE permeating CTE statewide at 2-year colleges. This has been a years-long growth. Austin Community College and South Texas College among the leaders in that, bringing prior learning assessment to the fore, standardizing the administration of such exams is a significant innovation in post-secondary education as well. And it pleases me to see that apprenticeship is a dual credit endeavor. If you will indulge me, I'm going to lead questions off by asking a question about dual credit. Following that, we will ask for questions from the audience. As you can see, my colleagues have taken to the aisles with the mic, so we will get your questions as they come. I want to ask you, with Perkins 5, establishing a statutory definition for programs of study that involves a career pathway from secondary through post-secondary into career, what potential do you see for articulating further down into secondary with these innovative pedagogies and approaches?
It's interesting that you had mentioned that. You may be aware that South Texas College is a leader in dual enrollment. At this point, we have approximately 14,000 students in our dual enrollment programs. And if you look at statewide and nationwide statistics, that's almost unprecedented. Tremendously successful, high-quality programs. But one area that's been somewhat problematic is where we make the link into workforce development. So we have our students in the high schools who are enrolled in our courses. They then matriculate into STC or they matriculate into another area, but we haven't established a clear pathway, or we have, but not to the extent that we think would be beneficial for those students. So we have students who are taking courses and they're going off in different directions, and they're in a sense, we're replicating the problem that we're trying to address. In the state of Texas, as we know, we have some 3 million students with credit that they had accumulated in the past, but they're unable to acquire a degree. Why aren't they able to acquire a degree? For a number of different reasons. One of those reasons being that not all of those credits flow smoothly through a particular pathway. So one of the underlying objectives of this project, which is the emphasis on the apprenticeship, and some other projects that we are conceptualizing at this stage, and I'm plugging them for future grant solicitation, some projects that we're conceptualizing at this stage are projects that have that clear pathway for work areas of vocational areas. I'm old-fashioned, it comes back to vocational, forgive me. So we're conceptualizing some programs that are very similar to this one. This, to a certain degree, is going to be a program that we begin with and we learn with, that we can implement with other programs that create that pathway so that the students know, yes, I'm a freshman, yes, I'm a sophomore in high school, but it's not too early for me to start thinking about where it is that I want to go, what classes I need to achieve that, what the particular pathway is. So if I'm understanding your question correctly with regards to dual credit, this is a framework that we're developing, that we're going to extend into other programs that we hope to create in the future, with the ultimate objective of helping these students to identify where it is they need to go, how they need to get there, and giving them a pathway to achieve that.
Thank you, Kevin. Others, before we turn it open to the audience?
I think it was 2014, 2015, we were one of the institutions of the CTE Early College High School grant. And of course, with that grant, that was definitely an innovative, dual credit, opportunity to incorporate workforce CTE programs into the high schools for students to complete at least a level 2 certificate in a CTE program. And some of those programs were machining and HVAC and automotive. I think that really kind of spearheaded those opportunities. And we now have a P-TECH Institute in addition to that CTE Early College High School. We previously had a early college high school that wasn't CTE, but we've continued to grow those early college high school connections, and many of those connections are incorporating the CTE programs into those early college high school programs. And so we have students who are graduating with the associates in the CTE areas, and some of them are graduating with some of those industry certifications that we were talking about that we're focusing on in the CPL crosswalk. And so in addition to creating an accelerated pathway for these students in by providing dual credit opportunities, we see this as a possibility to also utilize those industry certifications that they may be getting in the CIT area and in the automotive area, and being able to provide further credit as well. And so we hope that that will continue to grow, and more programs, early college, high school programs, or dual credit programs will continue to offer their students, not only, the credit pathway, but, completing the credit pathway as well as those industry certifications that might benefit them, in an even more accelerated pathway when they complete high school.
I'll just add very brief input to that. I think following the research on P16, P20, what's happening in that area is really important, and there are being built pathways between overlaps between the CBE world and the traditional research that has been happening in that area. So, when we talk about dual credit, we really need to go back to the middle school even, and particularly when we talk about equity in computing, for example, we find that the inequitable pathways start right before they even enter high school. So when we're talking about CBE, our aim is in this conference as well, when we ask for submissions, we ask for how does your submission address equity? Because a lot of that conversation has to be woven into this for apprenticeships, for success. And when we dig deeper, when you find out, what are some of the factors that lead to students not succeeding, one of the factors is the equitable pathways that we build.
Thank you all. And audience questions, please. Any questions from our colleagues in the audience? Okay. Yes, question.
Will these slides be provided after today's session?
Yes, they will. We will be posting these either to the coordinating board website or to the website of our partner, TACD, in getting Perkins materials to you. So you may count on that. I can't give you a firm date yet. Other questions?
Do you mind if I make one comment
Please.
following up on the previous dialogue? It's a continuation of what we were discussing, but it's also a comment to my colleagues who are gathered here. And I'm going to follow this up with a question to you, if you allow. PLA, competency-based education, for the most part, for the last 4 years, these are pedagogical assessment innovations in upper and higher education that we're implementing. We as professors, we as administrators at the post-secondary level, we're administrating this, we're implementing this, we're introducing students to this, we're hoping that they'll become interested in this. But what we're now beginning to see is it's coming from the other direction. Competency-based education and other kinds of innovative pedagogical modalities have been introduced in elementary level, at the primary level, the secondary level, et cetera. Well, they've been doing this for the last 10 or 15 years, and now it's reaching us. And so when we're talking about the importance of PLA, when we're talking about the importance of CB, when we're talking about the importance of all of this, it's not only important because of the impact that it's going to have on our students, but it's also important to be aware of this because if we as institutions are not prepared for the expectations of these students who are coming from a more dynamic and innovative place in education, then we won't be competitive. We won't be living up to our responsibilities. We won't be able to meet their expectations. So I guess a question that I have for you, my colleagues, is are you prepared for a new population of students who are coming from primary, high schools, et cetera, and who are now accustomed to PLA, who are accustomed to competency-based education, who are accustomed to other modalities, and they're going to be expecting the same thing from you? I'm asking this for two reasons. First, because I truly believe in competency-based education, and it's my hope that this is something that's proliferating throughout the state, so the same benefits that we've seen in our community can be enjoyed elsewhere. But also, it's kind of a shameless plug because I'm working on a book on competency-based education. I want to get some data. So how are you guys doing? Have you begun to look into these areas, the competency-based education, PLA, et cetera, in preparation for what students are going to be expecting? And what have you seen from the students who are entering your institutions in terms of their expectations of different educational modalities?
Hi, I'm Sherry Young, and I've been teaching competency-based education since 1974. So it's not new. It's been around. I could attest it works great. I think on the workforce side, we've done it for years in the state of Texas, but it's been really nice to see that the academic side has picked up as well. At Lone Star College, the developmental English now is basically competency-based education. And so it's always my philosophy, if you can move English in that direction, you can probably move everyone else. That's my experience. I think it's tried and tested and true, and we can prove it works, and we can assess it and evaluate it. And I have a little grandson in fourth grade, and definitely they are doing competency-based education. So it's here. Sometimes I think people don't recognize it, but they're doing it. And so the more we can get the word out, I think the better. But I think, again, it's that academic side to help them move forward. Workforce side's been pretty darn good, I think, in Texas. So.
Hi, I'm Christina Todd. I'm from Lone Star College as well. I'd like to echo what Sherry said and take it in an additional direction too. I believe that, like many things, many innovations we do, those who are early adopters and innovative are absolutely running as fast forward as they can with CBE and PLA. And I think that that has a tie to how recently they've been in industry or how connected they are with industry, because industry is the one that is really valuing competency-based education. The application of different skill sets learned in a classroom, in a lab, is what they value in workforce education and what they're asking academic transfer education to do as well. They need to see that application. That's what they value in industry. So I think that that's what drives us as educators too.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Panel, any further comments?
I just want to make one comment, and that is CBE is the future, whether it's academic or whether it's workforce. There are states that have, like Kentucky, right? They told us they have completely switched to CBE. There are states that have the P20 spectrum. They're looking at CBE. Change management is very important in this. Sometimes a change can seem threatening, but it's not so threatening, really. So, and that's why I gave the example of Lamar Institute of Technology. They've really done a fabulous job managing this whole process, and our partners in South Texas College, et cetera. So, lean on each other, lean on everyone in the state who's doing this. That's the whole beauty of these networks.
All right, let's go ahead and wrap up this panel. Let's have a hand for the first panel. Let us take a 10-minute break. We have the treat of a break. I've got 10:17. We will reconvene about 10:27. Tell you what, let's make it 10:30 on the dot so our folks in the control room don't have to count to 27. Thank you. An even break until 10:30 or 10:30. promoting curricular innovation. Thank you.
Good morning, and we're gonna, again, panel 2 with Texas State Technical College, Amarillo College, and San Jacinto College. Want to just go down the line and just introduce yourselves and your project? One at a time. Yeah.
Sally K. James from San Jacinto College, and our project is leading the way, and it's working with our partner, and I'll explain more later. Project Lead the Way.
Parks. I'm also with San Jacinto College. I'm the project coordinator for the.
I'm actually from Frank Phillips College. We're the sub-recipient of the Perkins Leadership Grant. We are working with Amarillo College to establish a rural nursing.
Just want to make sure you have your mic on, the red light.
Okay, sorry. We are working with Amarillo College to establish a rural nursing education consortium. So that's why Frank Phillips is here talking to you instead of Amarillo College talking to you.
I'm Bethany Calloway. I am the director of the Rural Nursing Education Consortium.
Good morning. I'm Gina Jean. I'm with Texas State Technical College, and we are involved in the creating performance-based CTE programs for high school and two-year schools. It's really a focus on our competency-based education initiative and making sure that we are keeping in mind our dual enrollment partnerships in our high schools and making sure that the processes we're putting in place are aligned for their needs as well as a non-traditional student.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready to start with you, Gina. And
Wonderful. So, let's see. There we go. Well, first of all, thank you to the coordinating board and to everybody for having us today and for your support of our project. Again, we've revamped our competency-based initiative at TSTC, and we're calling that performance-based education. And as we go through and we identify what our processes are going to be, and specifically there's 3 programs that we'll be working with, we really wanted to keep a focus on our dual enrollment student. It's really easy when you're reading up on CBE to get caught up in the non-traditional student. And yes, we want things to be accessible, and we want them to be able to accelerate, and we want to take prior learning and all of those wonderful things that encompass competency-based education. But we wanted to be very deliberate in making sure that our partners in the ISDs are also going to have their needs met with our competency-based education initiative. And that's what this grant is focused on. We just started last fall, and primarily what we're doing is we're working with 3 programs and developing that curriculum for those 3 programs. And those 3 programs are going to be our welding program, computer networking systems, and drafting and design programs. And in picking those 3 programs, we really wanted to make sure that what we're designing is easily able to be matriculated for that student. And we have many students doing, dual enrollment in pathways throughout Texas. We have 10 campuses, and then we have even many more campuses when you look at all of our off-site where we're teaching on various high school campuses, especially in our welding program. So making sure that we're meeting the needs for all of those students, okay? So we've tried CBE at TSTC in the past. We've had, back in 2013, we had an IST program that did a successful pilot down in Harlingen at our campus down in Harlingen. And we've tried CBE at some of our other locations as well. And we honestly took a step back, evaluated what we were doing, and we're revamping that. And that's what our performance-based initiative is all about. And it's a very deliberate initiative that focuses on the accessibility, the acceleration, and providing an extended transcript for industry that shows the skills that students are receiving in addition to the traditional transcript that they're going to be receiving. But for the sake of the grant, 3 programs were chosen to specifically work on. And the grant is allowing us to hire an additional instructional designer to specifically deconstruct and develop curriculum for the welding, computer networking, and drafting programs. And so really our focus, and I apologize, I had some problems with transferring over. It looks like my S got moved down on the objectives. But so the evaluate and deconstructing curriculum, we want to be very mindful always of what industry expects from our students. And we are utilizing a program we have called Calibrate to help us to identify what those industry standards are that we are going to be meeting in our curriculum and developing that content. It's a flipped classroom approach, as many face-to-face CBE programs are, right? So as we're identifying what that curriculum is going to look like, developing that content, all of the components, and then all of the internal processes such as faculty training and development, new student orientation, a specific PBE, new student orientation, and we're piloting a new LMS with this new initiative as well. We'll be utilizing Canvas. So creating our course template and everything for that. And in so, we've identified several partners that have been very generous in working with us. We are working with GWAMA, which is the Greater Waco. Oh, I knew I was going to mess up on their name because I always want to say Greater Waco Academy, and it's not Greater Waco Academy. It is the, I want to get it right. Advanced Manufacturing Academy. Thank you, Richard. And then the Conley Career Technical School, which has students that come to our school, and then the Greater Waco Academy. We work with them on developing their curriculum, and they're teaching it offsite at their location. And then El Paso Community College is also one of our partners. So Dr. Pagel is helping us, and specifically the welding program there is the big one that we are looking at, identifying and reviewing our curriculum and our processes at those locations. So specifically what we're hoping to deliver, and we're very new to getting things done. We were able to get somebody hired in October, and we've been laying our foundation and really building our processes. But we're going to be delivering for each of those programs course deconstruction outlines, a C4EO evaluation. That's an industry skills engine evaluation that will be comparing the competencies and detailed work activities for each of the courses and within each of those programs to job profiles, and creating the curriculum map or the mapping to each of those. And the curriculum, of course, for those performance-based courses and all of those components. So to date, we've had one committee meeting, which is exciting, right? Because we just got started. So the first quarter committee meeting, and the instructional designer that is funded through the grant has been hired, and she's really done a great job of working on creating some of the foundation pieces. We created a website for training for faculty that is really focused on phase 1 of our process, which is deconstruction of the curriculum down into knowledge, skills, and abilities, and then building those competencies and learning objectives. Several of the courses have already been completed for that. She's also got a lot of Canvas experience, which was a blessing for us to hire somebody in. Since we're piloting that, she's been able to create our new LMS template, and we've got several courses already in development. So it's really exciting. These 3 programs that are the focus of the grant are just 3 of 13 that have been identified over the next 3-year period. They will roll out starting in fall of '21. We do have 2 programs that are rolling out this fall, but they're not any of those that are identified in the grant to date. So we're very excited, and again, thank you all for your time today.
Okay, we'll proceed on with Bethany and Shannon.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, we're the subrecipient of our grant. Okay.
Signal back
Oh, my fault. I was trying to control it over here. So the foundation of what our project is one that has been laid over the last 2 years. Amarillo, if you're familiar with the Panhandle, has a population of about 200,000. In the Panhandle area, none of the other towns have a population of over 25,000. So they're in our community a very urban college. But they have campuses in Dumas and Hereford, and Frank Phillips has a main campus in Borger. Those are 3 of the larger towns. And then we have a campus in Dalhart. So the hospital CEOs of those 4 communities have been asking for an LVN RN program in their community for a while. And our presidents met and we talked about how we might be able to serve the needs of those communities, because obviously it's difficult to put in a whole program in one community in nursing and justify the cost of that program. So our solution was to look at what each one of us does well. We have a very good LVN program at Frank Phillips. We've had our 3rd year in a row of 100% pass rate. Amarillo College has an excellent RN. They also have a very good LVN. They have an excellent RN program. And we determined that one way we could make this work was if Frank Phillips delivered the LVN program at all 4 colleges, or I'm sorry, all 4 off-site campuses, and Amarillo College would deliver the RN program at all 4 off-site campuses. So the hospitals agreed that they would underwrite the cost after we have collected tuition fees and contact hour reimbursement. Whatever the cost left over, the hospitals would underwrite. And we know that at minimum that at least includes the instructors for LVN and RN for each of the locations. Each college is giving space to the program that's new to the college, and all of the courses will be handled at those established campuses. Clinicals will be done with the hospitals and nursing homes and daycares in those communities. And our hope in the big scheme of things really is that the students who are taking coursework at that community college will stay within that community. And that's why the hospitals are willing to underwrite the cost, because they are spending much more, probably twice as much as what it will cost them on traveling nurses. So they're willing to invest in building up a pool of LVN and RN qualified nurses. So we formed an executive board, which is the 4 hospital CEOs and the 2 college presidents, and they make the decisions that are appropriate for them to make without sacrificing any of the curriculum or any of the control that the colleges have over the education of the students. But they're an excellent board who is very open to getting feedback from all of us, from their own directors of nursing and from the leaders at the 2 colleges. So every board at each, or the boards at each hospital and the colleges approved proceeding with this initiative. We have a signed memorandum of understanding that all of the hospitals and the 2 colleges have signed. Frank Phillips has completed and submitted the sub-change for us to offer the program at Hereford and Dumas, since those are within Amarillo College's service area and we don't already have established curricula there. We've had a conversation with the Board of Nursing, who is very supportive of what we are trying to accomplish, because rural nursing is a really hot topic and a high need in the state of Texas as well as the country overall. We have looked at changes to the curriculum that would make this as seamless as possible and not be, although they are two separate programs, each one offered, the students enrolled in LVN will have a Frank Phillips College certificate and a degree from, or a certificate from us, and the same with Amarillo College. But there is a lot of work that we needed to do to try to make this as seamless as possible. So we came up with some curriculum changes that we want to get approved and implemented. Those have been approved by all the parties involved in the initiative and by our board and our Academic Standards Committee, and the changes that we're looking at making are actually on the Frank Phillips side and not the Amarillo College side. And fortunately, we share quite a few of the prereqs with the colleges. So we've notified everybody on our end about the upcoming change, because the LVN program, once approved by SAC-COC and the Coordinating Board and the Board of Nursing, is slated to begin in the fall of 2020.
Okay. So for the employees to implement this program successfully, I will be the director, but I also will be teaching a portion of the classes from the Borger campus. In addition to myself, there will be clinical instructors who will also teach the didactic classes. There will be one clinical instructor for the LVN and one clinical instructor for the ADN transition at each of the 4 campuses. So each of them will teach part of the classes, and then they'll have that clinical group that they'll go to clinical with all the way through. So it allows us to share the coursework instead of having an entire curriculum taught by one instructor in Dalhart. So we do that through the Teams, through an internet web-based. We use the Teams platform. So all of our students can interact with us in real time. They can ask questions. We can see them on the on a TV screen. They can see us on a TV screen. And because all of our instructors are qualified, they are able to, if we had a technical difficulty, they would be able to pick up the curriculum and teach, so that we don't lose a day because somebody accidentally dug and cut a line, or we can continue on with their program. So that's a little bit about our course delivery. Again, it's all through the internet. We can see each other. We do have technology experts at each campus, so that if there is a minor issue that can be resolved, they're readily available to us so that we do not lose class time. We have adequate bandwidth to send and receive, so that we're not having delays. And then our faculty are trained in the best practices for live delivery, as well as how to continue to interact with those students that you're only seeing on the TV screen, to make sure that you're including all of your students. And then our faculty, because we do have faculty in all of the campuses, we're able to, again, teach if there's connectivity issues.
So our next steps in completing and getting ready to pilot our first class in the fall, Amarillo College will submit a sub-change to offer the ADN program at the Borger and Dalhart campuses, and we will both submit applications for extension sites to the Board of Nursing. And again, we've had a conversation with them. They're aware of what we're trying to accomplish, and they've been very supportive. So once we knew exactly what curriculum changes we thought we needed to make, then we're now ready to go forward and submit those extension site applications. We will also submit certificate changes to the coordinating board, and we'll be talking to Dwayne shortly after this meeting. Faculty are hired for each location, and we have secured clinical sites for both programs. So what we anticipate is approximately 10 students for each program at each location, except the Borger campus, we anticipate having 20 students in each program, and we'll have adequate faculty for the 1-to-10 ratio for both programs. And so, again, they're really standalone, but we're trying to use this umbrella to make things work and have somebody who's coordinating between a college who doesn't understand big, because Frank Phillips is the smallest college in the state, and a college who doesn't understand small the same way that we do. So being able to work together has been such a great partnership. And I will say that we have made it through this whole process with no problems whatsoever between the hospitals and colleges coordinating with one another, which I think is probably pretty unique, but that's how desperate our area is for rural nursing staff. The marketing campaign is already underway. Everybody up there knows what we're trying to do, and we're taking calls on a daily basis from students wanting to be involved. But we will not officially market until we have the SAC-COC sub-change approval for the LVN program. And we anticipate that in the next month or so. We will begin admitting students into the program in June for all of the 4 locations. And we have that worked out where Frank Phillips staff will be at all 4 colleges to work with the students on the prereqs and getting into the program, and Amarillo College will do that when the RN program starts the following year. So no one has to have access to each other's system, but the students are not left alone to flounder. And as Bethany mentioned, the method of delivery is live interactive TV. And I know that that's a hard sell sometimes for people, but we have delivered that program to 2 of our communities that way for probably 15 years, and it's worked very well. And again, our pass rate is not just a single campus, it's the entire program. And so 2/3 of our students or half of our students are receiving instruction through live interactive TV, and we've had no problem. Part of that is that we have the instructor in the classroom for those days. Perryton, about 3 years ago, had an ice storm that knocked out their internet for 3 weeks. And we lost no instruction. Our faculty in all of our classes went to Perryton and taught face-to-face. I mean, we were able to do that. And so we know how to do it. We know how to do it well. Through grant funding, we have been setting up systems at all 4 locations that are completely compatible to one another. So we don't anticipate that technology is really going to be an issue. Our faculty also travel around, so if you're teaching from the Borger class, you'll visit the other campuses several times during the semester so that you are face-to-face with the students, because we want to build a cohort of nursing students, not a cohort of students at Dalhart and a cohort of students at Hereford. And the only way to engage that is to connect the faculty and the students together. We have a really long, positive working relationship with Amarillo College, and they are very kind to help us. You know, they have so much expertise and they do so many things so well. They're really kind to work with us and share that with us. Our college presidents are involved in such a way that they are making sure that we're maintaining our compliance and accreditation status, and that we're taking care of all of those things. and getting their support moving forward. The hospitals are the same way because they have their own accrediting bodies that they have to work through. And what I think is of particular interest in something that probably people might question but might not want to ask that question, and so I'm putting that out there, our hospital CEOs are working with us, but they will not influence the operation of our programs. They don't admit the students. They have no influence over that. They don't change the curriculum. When we proposed the curriculum, we were making one core change that they weren't really happy with. We were able to explain to them how we were working around that prerequisite requirement, and they were satisfied with that. But there is an understanding that we are responsible for the education of the students, and we must follow the policies and procedures that are prescribed to us by the state and our regional accreditors and Department of Ed, as well as our own college policies. So I think that this has a lot of potential to work really well. And I think that in being asked, thank you, by the coordinating board to share, I think it's a model that doesn't necessarily have to apply to nursing, but can help bridge the gap in your rural communities in your service area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is our final presentation from San Jacinto? Want to go ahead?
Sorry. Well, is it still good morning? We're pleased to be here today to share what we're doing, and I'd like to give you a bit of background first as to how we got started before we actually get into our agenda. San Jacinto College is very much invested in apprenticeships. We do a variety of types of apprenticeships, as well as being actually the sponsor of 4 different DOL apprenticeships for our college. And so along with that, we're also looking at and want to establish pre-apprenticeships and youth apprenticeships. And as we do that and are looking out and about, and I attend different conferences in different areas of the country, I got to meet up with Project Lead the Way. And they have a good, very good relationship with Lockheed Martin, as well as with Chevron Phillips, who we also have relationships with. And so it was just kind of a good meeting of the minds. And in a previous Perkins Leadership Grant, San Jacinto College led a statewide initiative to develop crosswalks between registered apprenticeships that do their own training to get these crosswalks into our WECM courses, so that as community colleges chose to use them, they already had the crosswalk set up. All they had to do was base it on their own policies and procedures as to how they incorporated it into their credit for prior learning. San Jac has had a credit for prior learning process for probably 15, 20 years, and CBEs are part of that umbrella of credit for prior learning. So we wanted to work together. I visited with Project Lead the Way, also visited with Chevron Phillips and Lockheed Martin. And so as we looked at the opportunity for Perkins Leadership Grant, we thought, well, this would be another way to bring in a statewide interest, and whatever we do, we want it to affect others in the state that it would be beneficial for. And so as we moved ahead and talked about it, we thought that really working with Project Lead the Way, and that's why we come up with Leading the Way, that we might find ways for other community colleges to work with them and also incorporate more ISDs into this, because it's not an inexpensive program. So as we look at what we're going to do today, we'll talk about the goals of this project. We'll talk a little bit more about the partnerships and then the accomplishments and progress we've made, as well as our next steps. So our goals here are to provide professional development, participation fees, and instructional supplies to 20 school districts, and primarily focus from schools impacted by Hurricane Harvey. And we want to do it in Project Lead the Way subjects and their approaches. We also want to affect students in 20 classrooms across the state by also providing additional technical and transportable skill instruction. Thirdly, we want to construct a crosswalk between Project Lead the Way courses, WECM courses content by bringing together high school Project Lead the Way teachers and also statewide subject matter experts from the community colleges. And then we want to disseminate the project and the crosswalk throughout the state. So to better clarify what we're doing, we're looking at this in two parts. One part is to identify new ISDs that have not done Project Lead the Way, but may be interested in Project Lead the Way primarily in their engineering program. And through that, we will provide funding for them to be trained, and we also have funding to purchase some of the equipment that they will need to implement these programs. The other part is to get the instructors from Project Lead the Way who are SMEs in their own right, together with community college instructors, subject matter experts, and work together to get this crosswalk, because that's the point of it all. That's where you get the youth apprenticeships or possibly pre-apprenticeships as you move forward. So Jury is going to explain a little bit more how that's worked out, but our partnership with Project Lead the Way has been outstanding. They have provided a recruiter, so to speak, for us to work with the high schools, ISDs across the state to see who is not doing it, who may be interested, and work with us to get these folks participating. And then they have to agree to go to, which we will be paying for, the training, the professional growth that they will need, the professional development they will need to actually deliver Project Lead the Way in the high schools. And then as I said, the other part is going to be in the crosswalks, and they will participate in that. They've already sent us names of individuals. Now, we're focusing this first year on engineering, but our crosswalks after that will be in computer technology as well as biomedical technology. So we're just focusing on engineering first. We know that's the most difficult for any of you who have tried to do crosswalks with universities in engineering. And so Jury's going to explain a little bit of the challenges we're having there. But working with all the Project Lead the Way, they have encouraged us and brought us into different conferences and whatnot, so we can learn more. And we've done a lot of learning in the first months of this project in order to be successful as we follow through. And for me, at this point, the most successful thing I've done is to bring Jury on, because I certainly couldn't be doing it with the rest of my job. And so I'm going to turn this over to Jury now so she can tell you what our progress has been.
Okay. Sorry about that. Online application. They developed an online application that was sent out to about 200 area high schools, CTE directors, and community colleges in the Gulf region. And those contacts were primarily provided by Project Lead the Way.
And out of that, we accepted initially 5 high schools into the grant itself. 3 of those high schools are brand new to Project Lead the Way. And I do just want to back up here for a moment. Project Lead the Way, which is a nationally based organization, already has a very heavy footprint in the Houston area. In fact, I would say the majority of the schools in the area have some kind of contact with them. They provide educational resources from elementary school all the way up through high school. So we are really focusing on the high school areas. And of those schools they're already working with at the high school level, the majority of them, of course, are engineering. They have 3 pathways that they work with. As Sally Kay was saying, they also do computer science and biomedical, but engineering is their primary focus in the Houston area. So when we're trying to bring on new schools, our percentages are a little lower because many high schools are already working with them. So we did identify 5 schools from our first round of application. 3 of them, again, are brand new. 2 of them are choosing to expand their engineering programs, so they were able to bring in additional teachers. And so that happened this fall. Then as I came on, I wanted to have a more targeted goal. What high schools do we really want to target versus doing a big umbrella of 200 contacts? So we went back and identified, I think, about 9 or 10 high schools that were not involved with Project Lead the Way and wanted to target them, a couple of them directly in San Jacinto's service area. So our contact with Project Lead the Way has then taken that information, and she is the one who's really, like Sally Kay said, they have been an awesome partner. She is the one who's going out making those first contacts with those schools. And we are in the process of bringing on a 6th school this fall or this spring, and then she is working with another one that will hopefully come on as well. So we had hoped to, in the 2-year grant, have 10 schools, so we may, by the end of February, be up to the 8 of them. So we're making good progress there. So some of our next steps. First of all, we have to start to get our instructors at the high school level ready for their summer training. So this is a very detailed process. If you've not worked with Project Lead the Way before, their programs are student-centered, hands-on learning, and they are highly involved with the high schools that they work with. So our contact who services the Houston area will work with the high school to determine which instructor is best suited for this type of instruction. Because they have found from their own research that if the wrong instructor is chosen, the program and the relationship will die a pretty quick death. But if they find someone who's really interested in that type of learning, type of instruction, then it really flourishes. So they help them. It's not always the primary CTE instructor sometimes that they'll go to, but they'll work with them and find the right instructor. They then go to hands-on training over the summer. We're happy to say that that's close by in Dallas, but they're also looking at hopefully eventually doing it in the Houston area as well. And then they take the tools that they learn and take that back to the classroom, along with they then purchase learning materials from Project Lead the Way. And the grant is there to help assist them purchase those materials for the first year. And then there are other grants that they can apply for after that to continue the process. So I'm going to stay with the high schools for just a little bit longer here. We're going to do a second round of applications in the fall of 2020 to bring on hopefully the last of the 10 schools that we want to work with in the area. We specifically wanted to work with schools that were affected by Harvey and that had a higher level of economically disadvantaged students, because they are less likely to receive some of this type of learning in their high schools in the first place. So we want them to have access to what it feels like to have more project-based hands-on learning, to really get them excited about engineering and other technical fields. So the second part of that is the crosswalk that we wanted to do with them. So this has led to a lot of interesting research. I have learned a lot about engineering programs in the state of Texas, which I tell Sally Kay is awesome because I have a 17-year-old engineering son in my house. So I've learned a lot. As I went through the process of looking at engineering programs, they really fall into two categories. One is the ACGM side, the transfer side. Almost every community college, well, many of them within the state of Texas have a transfer engineering degree that is already set up with its own type of crosswalk with area universities. And that crosswalk, it's called the Texas Voluntary Transfer Compacts for Engineering. That was developed around the time of 2003, 2006. And so as we thought about our own crosswalk and what that would look like, we realized there were some challenges there working with the transfer degrees because it was already in an agreement with area universities for them to accept that credit. So we went back and we are just now in this process of looking instead at a number of engineering tech degree, AAS degrees in CTE to see what classes might be able to match up so that we can do a crosswalk with Project Lead the Way. We know there are some classes that probably are not going to. They have a general intro to engineering class, and that's going to match up more on the transfer side. But they also have design classes that'll match up more on the technical side. So our hope is, we had originally hoped to do a crosswalk convening in April. And what we have decided, or what we are leaning towards now, is to do more of an investigative convening of high school subject matter experts in Project Lead the Way and our community college faculty to see what exactly we can do to create as best a crosswalk as we can. Because the goal of the grant was to help students who are in high school who may not be looking for that four-year degree start out earning some college credit while they're already in high school beyond dual credit, where they might be able to get some technical classes that are going to give them credit for those Project Lead the Way classes. So that's our big goal, is to go back and start to look at what are our avenues there for providing them with some credit so that when they come into the community college, they already are starting out with something. There's many of the students we're trying to target may not be taking dual credit classes at all, but they might be interested in engineering, but more at an associate's degree level versus a bachelor's or beyond.
And I'd just like to follow up there, because some of the learning that has taken place, particularly on our side, is that in the engineering area, Project Lead the Way is more focused on engineering, and they had never considered engineering tech as a viable pathway. And so they need to understand, and we're gaining that understanding with them, that we can't touch ACGM courses. You know, they have actually end of course exams that they've just rewritten that they wanted us to do, and we said, no, we can't go there. That's ACGM. And so we want to also, part of this is also educating them as to what opportunities other students can have from Project Lead the Way, particularly in the engineering area, and consider engineering tech. And so, as I said, we are considering not calling it a crosswalk and seeing what we're going to do so that we can still meet the Perkins leadership goals in this convening and engineering. We will still have other crosswalk meeting later in the fall with that focuses on the biomed as well as the computer, because in their skills that they list, they are interested in what happens at the community college level. And so those technical programs and degrees, they are very interested in at that level. It's just the engineering that they have a higher focus on. And so we've got to help them understand where we are going with that. And so we will be proceeding from there. So, thank you.
And lastly, I just wanted to add that we are also in the next steps, we're working on, or we've presented a presentation for TAC-T coming up in April as well. So thank you as well for letting us present. I think that's it.
Okay, with that, I'd like to open up for questions. I think I'll lead off with one kind of overarching question for all three of your projects. I know it wasn't really part of the RFA for this grant period, but Perkins 5 is very focused on, I think you know where I'm going with this. Do any of you have any thoughts or concepts of how to market these programs to non-traditional students, the non-traditional gender, since these are all pretty much single gender dominated programs? Have you focused on the non-traditional gender?
Well, I would just add that because we're partnering with Project Lead the Way, they do focus on that because they start at elementary school. And why that is so important, and I've had the opportunity to talk to a number of people in the engineering field in where we are located, and that is so important to be able to get girls, females, involved in engineering in elementary school, so that they then can see themselves as engineers when they get to high school. So the school district that my son is located in has been a leader really in the state of Texas in integrating engineering all through elementary school, all the way up. And so and what has occurred out of that is then they see their numbers at the high school really balanced as far as male, female. And so working with Project Lead the Way, I think, is a great asset because it's not just high school, because if you wait till high school, you've lost. Right. So they're really focused starting as early as they can.
Okay, that's good. That's maybe something you can bring up on your progress reports.
For the RNAC program, we are looking at part of our targeted advertising with social media and finding a way to target those students that are interested in medical but are not the traditional gender, the males. A couple of the ways that we're looking at targeting is using testimonials from our male students from previous years. We've had usually 1 to 2 students. This year we have 3 male students in our program. But using the testimonials from those male students and the areas that they're able to go in, so that we are reaching out to those students from the non-traditional gender.
And as far as what we're hoping to attempt with our non-traditional market, with the welding students in some of the predominantly male areas, is having a marketing campaign that focuses on the accessibility for whether it's the student that's coming up through a K-12 pathway, or if it's a student, the mother out there that needs the accessibility options of flexible scheduling. And so really in our non-traditional marketing for our programs, yes, we're really going to be focusing on, acceleration opportunities, accessibility opportunities for all students, but for those that maybe have a family, have some, work in a job that has a rotating schedule, or whatever the case may be, and how we're going to be able to meet their needs. So.
Okay, it's good to know that these thoughts are percolating up through all of these projects. Okay, any other questions from any of our other guests?
Thank you. Gina, excellent presentation. I have a question for you since your program partially aligns with what we've been doing at South Texas College. At South Texas College and with our collaborators, we're always looking for the most effective, the most promising learning and assessment model for our students to promote their success. We found that the competency-based education model for us is the most successful, but there are other models out there. And just bear with me for a moment. What we know is that James Spady and Kit Marshall in the late 1970s, they took the ideas of John Dewey and they created outcome-based education. Outcome-based education was fairly popular in the latter part of the 1970s, started to founder a little bit in the 1980s. Outcome-based education then morphs into something called performance-based education. Performance education works well. I think it's an excellent model, but ultimately gives rise to competency-based education. What I'm wondering, if I heard correctly, your institution has opted for the performance-based outcome model as opposed to CBE. Now, are you using those two terms interchangeably, or are you looking at the performance-based model as a distinct school, as a distinct methodology that you've applied? And if so, why did you adopt that rather than the CBE model?
It is the name of our competency-based education initiative, and performance-based arrived from our performance value-add funding formula that TSTC is funded based on performance and placing Texans in the workforce. And so it is most definitely competency-based education. It's just the name of our initiative is aligning with our value-add performance-based formula.
Okay, so it's not the performance-based model popular during
Correct.
the night. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
One other quick question, real quick. I noticed you guys picked Canvas as your operating system. I'm thinking you're using that just for the competency-based model?
Piloting. We are piloting it for our two competency-based
There's a
programs
lot of
as well.
other good LMS that have been designed specifically for competency-based education. If you're interested, we could have a conversation about that a little bit later.
Thank you. Those were fascinating. And I just have a comment on what Dr. Peek asked. We are finding out anecdotally around the state that people are calling CBE by different names, that what we call a rose, right? And so we're finding that as well, that they are adapting the name based on the program that they have. And Jerry, to your comment about getting the kids in elementary school, that is so spot on. You know, there's a book by Jane Margolis, Unlocking the Clubhouse, which talks about that. And we're doing that, trying to do that with our women in IT as well.
That's awesome. I had a very interesting conversation with the lead mentor for my son's robotics team. My son is on the Robonauts team, which is the NASA-sponsored team in Houston. And the gentleman who's the lead mentor there, who has worked with Clear Creek ISD for years on robotics, works for NASA. And he said they never tried to target females, but by having engineering programs in their elementary schools at the very beginning, the robotics team now is 50-50. The other great thing about that is my son then, there's no stereotype left. He sees engineering as open to both genders. So when he goes into that field, it's, you know, if he works with other females, it's not unusual to him. That's what he thinks it should be.
Do we have other questions from the group for this panel? I want to ask this group a question. We have 12 community, state, and technical college representatives here, or from 12 colleges. How many of you are, by whatever name you call it, implementing some version of competency-based education in your CTE programs? Okay. I'm seeing maybe half. Okay. How many of you with that CBE are reaching down into secondaries with some form of MOU or other articulation? Okay. 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 So the model is beginning to develop, and I can look back maybe 5 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, and it was in its very infancy. This is good movement forward. Okay, thank you. Anybody else with a question? We're running ahead of schedule, so let us be leisurely with our subjects of inquiry here. Yes, sir, Dr. Peaks.
Yeah, I never stopped talking. I apologize. Thanks. Just have a lot
you're
of
fine.
questions.
Go right
I
ahead.
apologize. For Shannon and Bethany, I recall when I was up in Michigan working in an institution that had a program very similar to yours. And the biggest obstacle that we found was opposition amongst traditional instructors to this sort of new methodology. Could you share with us a little bit about some of the strategies that you've employed to win over detractors? And I think those same sort of strategies can apply for competency-based education, other new innovations in community colleges, universities.
Well, our existing faculty for the LVM program, have been involved quite a bit in the conversations, but our hospitals who are funding the positions virtually are going to be involved in the hiring process as well. And so we really don't know how many of our existing faculty will stay on. And the RN program has no existing faculty because it will be a brand new program at all 4 locations. So there really isn't much work to be done on that front. Our institution, because of our size, this is not unusual for our faculty to see this kind of change. And honestly, they want a job. And they understand the nature of higher ed is to make these partnerships that continue. We are up in the Panhandle, so everybody wants to keep their job. But they're really, we have not run into that because the faculty aren't on board yet. So they'll come in not knowing anything different, really.
I think I would add to that, the faculty that we do have that are looking at the opportunity to transition into this new, really the focus is on the success of the student and what is best for my student and what is best for those students in the rural communities. And so when they see a challenge as far as their position or how they're doing, really, as long as they see that it's going to be a beneficial change for the students, they really have been open to that change and to trying that. I think that that's an important part of both campuses.
Okay, group, we continue to be a little bit ahead of schedule. We will do this. Lunch is here. No doubt you have emails and other business to attend to, having sat for most of the morning. Let us take a 15-minute break. I mark 11:30. Let us be seated for lunch in 15 minutes. Is that feasible for you? And we will continue with the lunch program. Thank you. It is 11:48, and we will reconvene. Everybody got some lunch? If you haven't, please help yourself, and we will proceed. I would like to introduce our lunchtime speaker, and indeed, I'm very happy to introduce our lunchtime speaker, Dr. Jenna Cullinane-Heggie is our Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Funding Division here at the Coordinating Board. Strategic Planning and Funding supports the 60 by 30 TEX State Strategic Plan for Higher Education. Jenna is the lead on the regional collaborations to regionalize that strategic plan. She is going to give an update on CTE's contribution to the 60 by 30 TEX goals. Jenna, thank you.
Hi, everyone. How are you? So what I wanted to talk a little bit about are our CTE completions in the state in light of the 60 by 30 TEX plan. This is actually based on a presentation that we recently gave to our board. So there's a little bit of background because we have some new board members, and we always like to orient them to kind of the important contributions that our CTE completions make. And so we'll do some statewide trends on completions and enrollments, and also take a look at some dual credit information. So this is very informal. Please stop me and ask questions at any time. And I'll just kind of start by saying that the board had two questions coming out of this presentation that I didn't have the immediate answer to, and some of which I would love your insight on in terms of what do you think is going on when you look at these numbers. And so one is, how do you reconcile some competing trends in completions relative to enrollments? And you'll see that in a minute, kind of moving in different directions. And then what role are wages playing in terms of, are more people completing in high wage areas? Are we thinking, how are you looking at the returns to some of these different kinds of programs? So anyway, we can dig into those as we go forward. So as I said, to start, the preface for this is that CTE completions do play this important role in 60 by 30 TEX, and I'll show you how these completions relate to the overall statewide numbers, and give a little bit of background about what are CTE completions, what kinds of credentials fit in this group, and then some of these trends statewide. So here you can see these are our total completions. So the 60 by 30 TEX plan aims for 550,000 certificates, associates, bachelor's, and master's degrees in the year 2030. And so in the most recent year, so this is actually 2018 data, and we're very close to being able to release our 2019 data, but just not quite yet. But in the most recent year that we have published, we had 341,000 towards that 550,000 that we're aiming toward. And you can see a little over 60,000 of those completions were CTE completions. So that's about 18% of the total. And within that 18% of the total, you can see that we're including Level 1 certificates, Level 2 certificates, advanced technology certificates, and applied associate degrees. And so for each of those, you can see that kind of the largest here in the red are the Level 1 certificates. Roughly about half of the CTE completions are Level 1 certificates. About 5,000 of those are Level 2. Just over 400 for the advanced technology certificate, so very small there. And the remaining 20+ thousand are those applied associate degrees. So here you're looking at the CTE completions over time, and so we're looking at 2004 and beyond. And so the blue line are certificate, any of the three kinds of certificate completions, and then the applied associates are in the red. So overall, you can see these kind of positive trends. Certificates tend to be larger, more numerous, and also we've seen more acceleration in these over time, especially kind of post-recession. These have increased at a faster clip after a dip right around 2008. I also want to point out that institutions, as you know, receive contact hour funding not only for their career and technical education, but also for their continuing ed, CTE programs. And so when we count both for success points and for 60 by 30 text completions, we are counting both the continuing ed and traditional workforce programs. On the next slide, here we're looking at those CTE completions, the overall completions over time, but also by race and ethnicity. And what you can see here is we really focus on several kinds of breakouts when we look at our data, because the 60 by 30 text plan has specific targets for African American completions, Hispanic completions, economically disadvantaged completions, and male completions. So I'll show each of those breakouts kind of in turn here. So the biggest, there were increases in the number of CTE completions for each race and ethnicity group, kind of over this period from 2004 to 2018. But the most rapid growth is in the Hispanic population, so 150% increase in the number of completions over this period of time. Completions were also up for white students. You can see from about 18,000 to about 23,000, but their overall share of all completions has decreased. So they used to represent about 52% of all completions. They're now about 38% of all the completions, whereas Hispanic students have increased from about 28% up to 40% of all the completions. And over time, African American students have remained about steady at about 14% over time. Next, this is the gender breakout. And this is kind of an interesting one. So we have a target around male completion because we have so many more females. When we look overall at all the academic and CTE completions, there are about 50,000 more credentials awarded to women each year in the state of Texas. And so, but for our CTE programs, there are more males, but that hasn't always been the trend. We had more females back in 2004, and you can see that those lines cross in about 2014, where then you start seeing more numerous completions, 54% for male students and 46% for female students. And not surprisingly, students sort by gender into different kinds of programs. So here are the top 3 programs. For females, more likely to be in a nursing-related program. Male students, their top programs are precision metalworking, vehicle maintenance, and repair. But both males and females are in business administration and management pretty evenly. So this is the breakout for economically disadvantaged students. And here again, you can see over time, we consider economically disadvantaged based on whether a student received Pell. So it's not a perfect measure, but it's the measure that we use for the plan. And so you can see over time that the red here are the non-economically disadvantaged students and the blue are the economically disadvantaged students. So there's some encouraging news here that we see growing numbers of students completing who are economically disadvantaged. But it's important to kind of have the larger context when you look at these numbers, because higher education is serving more and more low-income students. So the rates of success have not increased dramatically for low-income students. There are just more of them. And so that's why you see these numbers go up, and that they're higher. The blue line's higher than the red line here. And we also see this overall, including academic programs. For 2-year institutions in about 2008, 2009, economically disadvantaged students began having more completions overall, and largely due to just the growing size of that population. The top 5 producing programs overall, so not surprisingly, kind of given the gender information that I already provided. Nursing is most numerous with over 5,000, business administration, precision metalworking, vehicle maintenance, and then allied health, intervention and treatment professions kind of round out the top 5. Now I'm going to switch gears and talk a little bit about enrollment. And so this is where those trends differ. So overall, we've been seeing increasing completions for targeted subpopulations. But here, when you look at enrollment over time in 2004, there's kind of this modest increase until the recession hits. Well, there's a dip kind of pre-recession, and then you can see it really spikes up to its highest level of about 324,000 CTE enrollment statewide. And since then, it's been a pretty steady decline and actually reached the lowest level in the last 15 years in the most recent year with 250,000 students enrolled. So, one interpretation of this is that, it's interesting to have growing completions in light of decreasing enrollments. And so is it that graduation rates are improving, completion rates are improving, students are being more efficient, or that there's some sort of sorting going on in terms of who's now enrolling in these programs? So that's one area where I'll kind of pause and we can come back to that in a few moments, but that's one area I'd love to hear your insights. This is just the same information about enrollments now, broken out by race and ethnicity. And so, overall, you can see starting from the bottom, your Asian, other, kind of a modest increase, African American, pretty flat, kind of modest increase over time. But really, your proportions are shifting among your white students and your Hispanic students. And you see that the Hispanic proportion is growing in terms of enrollment, white percentage is going down. And so this is pretty similar to what we're seeing on the completion side. So it's not big shifts in the race ethnicity breakouts that are kind of driving the enrollment patterns. It seems to be an overall decrease. All right, and finally, last thing I'm going to talk about are some of the dual credit enrollments. This is dual credit enrollment, dual credit CTE enrollment over time from, again, 2004. And you can see back in 2004, there were fewer than 3,000 students taking CTE dual credit. But that number has increased pretty quickly, but we're at about 21,000. There was a particularly big jump in the most recent year in dual credit overall and CTE dual credit as well. So it went from about 16,000 to 21,000 in 1 year. So that's something that we're very eager to get the 2019 data. Obviously, there was a variety of legislative changes in the last couple of years that we think may really pick up the numbers. But we were surprised in 2017 to see it go down. So we'll, on the edge of our seats to see what's happening next for 2019. But when you look at the demographics of the CTE dual credit enrollment, predominantly a majority are female, and that's been a very consistent trend over time. And also now majority Hispanic students enrolling in these dual credit programs. Let me go here. So this is the CTE dual credit in light of all compared to academic dual credit. So you can see even though it's been increasing, it's still a very small percentage of dual credit. So about 153,000 enrollments in academic dual credit in the most recent year relative to, again, about that 21,000. So just in summary, CTE programs are important. They're providing students with the technical skills they need for the workforce, and they make up almost 20% of our completion goal completions that we count. And while completions are on the rise, particularly among certificate programs, we do see this decline in enrollment at the same time. And CTE dual credit enrollments are also on the rise, but relatively still small in scale, though we see increasing interest from kind of a policy and agency level in terms of growing those programs. So let me go back here to, would love to hear your thoughts on what's going on with the enrollment trends relative to those completion trends. What are your thoughts and insights? Is this similar to what you see at your institution? Yeah.
I think you have a perfect storm of a lot of things. Keep going. I think you have a perfect storm of a lot of things. From my perspective at my institution, when you went to 60 hours, and when we started looking at financial aid audits to make sure that they were finishing within a certain time period, we used to have a lot of students that we would have them start on an AAS and then have them finish an AA, or even have an AA and then we would have them finish the AAS degree. So we had double graduates. 60 hours impacted that. Financial aid and the financial aid audits and making sure that they, were graduating with a right amount of courses and all those other things. Of course, economy has a major effect on that. But then also, I know at my area, we ended up with dual credit being oh, by the way, you got dual credit. Oh, I can do this. So they would save a semester a year. They'd go straight to the four-year university. And so they might come to us for the AA or finish out the AA or do a reverse articulation back to us. But it was great, but then they were transitioning out straight into 4 years. So they weren't coming to us and deciding, oh, I can get that AAS degree and hit the workforce. They were already at the four-year institution. So I'm an advocate of the storm of lots of things that led to this.
And let me just say, that makes a lot of sense to me in terms of the enrollment trend. And so what about at the same time you see the completions really going up? Because I would think fewer students, fewer or flat, flat completion increase.
I echo what Dr. Keeling-Olsen was saying about the economy, the 60 credit rule, and financial aid especially. We're finding that the students, as we look at our individual programs, we're also tightening up our advising, and we have workforce advisors that help students get through more efficiently so that they don't take those courses that don't end up counting towards their degree, and so that impacts enrollments. Also, of course, 60 credit hours impacts enrollments. The economy also is impacting. We're finding when we break it down to individual programs is that programs that have a traditional age young student don't have as much enrollment decline, but programs that have a non-traditional older student are the ones that when the economy is good and their job is offering them extra hours, they are taking those extra hours. They are taking extra hours at work rather than extra courses to finish up a degree because they're trying to meet all the needs of their families. And so we're seeing that in those programs where we have typically a non-traditional older student, enrollments are not going up. Completions are going up, however, because, again, they are finding the most efficient way to get to that credential.
So I'm from Austin Community College, and I'm in computer science IT. So what I'm seeing in the market are these two competing forces. I'm seeing the coordinating board and institutions saying, we want to give you a degree, we want more completions. And I'm looking at industry, which even yesterday Elon Musk made that statement, saying, we don't care what degree you have. We just want you to have the skills. In fact, yesterday Elon Musk went to an extreme and said, I don't even care if you don't have a high school degree, we'll teach you what you need to know. And I find that to be a little bit dangerous in a way. So in these competing forces, the innovation becomes extremely important at that point. What are we doing to our students? What are we giving our students? How are we making them get through? As far as gender, we have a very successful Women in IT program at ACC, and we've seen our female graduates in our computer science and IT increase with that program because of the support we provided to them and because of the resources we provide them. But I hear everyone else, it's not just the economy, it's the competing message coming from industry.
Thank you.
Anyone
Other
else?
strategies, I was just curious about, regardless of the enrollment trends, other things that you think are contributing to the completion increases that you're seeing. So it sounds like people are being more efficient with the 60 hours, financial aid advising, financial aid audits to make sure that they're only taking what they need, so maybe students are moving more quickly through. Yes?
Yes, and just to build on what they've already said, I think that the completion rates there's an increased focus on support services outside of the classroom. at all of the colleges. You know, you read about it, but even, you know, at TSTC, I know it's a huge push. And it's making sure that students have what they need, you know, childcare wise, or, you know, meals, or, you know, food pantries, and all of the different things. Starting early with the conversations about placement, and making sure that we're preparing them for that job market, but so they understand that that's something that's going to happen. But I think that the increased support services and resources that we're investing in our students outside of the classroom have a lot to do with the success we're seeing in retention and completion.
Thank you.
I was also going to say, I think Pathways is helping in your completers, but then Pathways can also be a disadvantage, because I picked up a lot of students that were general studies and fell in love with criminal justice. So now they hit that class and they're told, pick a pathway, you have to stay on this pathway, and we've lost the ability to go test and see what you like.
Mindy, did you have a question you wanted to?
My question a moment ago was just whether any of you had any other comments to make or perspective to offer about this issue of declining enrollments or increased success. Anybody else? May I then?
I have one more question.
Please go.
Yeah, thanks. So what about the implications of wages? When you look at enrollment shifts over time, do you see wages driving student behavior or advising? And to what extent is kind of an understanding of future wages, high return programs motivating either student flow or advising? And is that an aspiration, or do you see that really happening on the ground? Are there more enrollments in high wage, high return programs?
Well, I guess when you have the demand occupations, when you have the workforce board and they have the demand occupations, and that you have the WI kind of the fund center attached to that, oftentimes that's probably leading students there from that perspective. But it seems like students come with whether it's child development, which may not be the most lucrative career.
Right.
If they're passionate and want that, they'll pick that degree because of whatever their interest has been in that. But I think the workforce board piece has been some of the drive to the demand occupations, which would be the high yield, high reward things.
Any others? So let me just say, don't have a view on it, not sure, just I want to kind of get a sense from folks in the room. Are you looking at sort of wage information regularly by program? Yeah. Do you have the sense that students are aware of that information? Yeah. Mixed bag. Okay.
I also think in programs like ours in information technologies, students often have an inflated sense of what the wages are. And once they come into the program, then they realize, maybe not, it's not quite that much. And, I know that that has impacted our completions in the past, but what also impacts our completions is students in the transfer programs who will get admitted, for example, to UT in the second last semester, and they will leave. And they won't reverse articulate either. So, or Texas State or whichever university you will. But wage information is important. We have that in our program maps. We constantly look at that information and we advise students based on that as well.
Kind of the hypothesis, the hypothesis from one of our board members is maybe we're seeing all these folks be really responsive to wage information, and so they're moving out of kind of low return programs and into higher return programs, and that's certainly something we can study and will study, but this was just a week or so ago. So anyway, I'm happy to sort of hear from your practice knowledge about how you think this is working.
I want to echo that statement about how students sometimes have an inflated idea of wages. I think sometimes gainful employment information, because it was so simplistic, was misguiding to students. An average wage is not typically what they're facing, right? We're training towards an entry-level position, and even if you could put entry-level wages out there, there are so many different factors that impact wages. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the students have that fuller picture of what piles up into their compensation package, if you will, when they come out. I think that student success courses are really helpful in that, because it shows them that it's not just about one piece of data that comes off of a data tool. I think that tools like Career Coach that a lot of colleges are using and other vendors' tools are helping to show students that bigger picture, that sometimes it's about the number of hours you work, the amount of overtime you work, especially in workforce programs, whether or not there are incentives, pay like in automotive technicians and that sort of thing, things that they just simply don't understand unless you've been raised up in a particular industry.
Sure.
And so it's our job to give them the most information possible and in the most clear manner. It's not always easy, but yes, wages still drive students to certain programs.
Great.
You're that one back there.
So this reverse engineering is what we're calling this at TSTC, and we're actually assembling a team to really go out and focus on the highest paying jobs in Texas. And if we have, our programs are in those areas and partnering with those industries and finding out who's, if we have a lot of students graduating from the line worker program going to work for Encore, but another company pays more, what do we need to do to get our students prepared to go work for those higher paying industries? And so, our mission is Place More Texans. We're really out there to make sure we're putting them in good paying jobs, preparing for their families and preparing that workforce for Texas as a whole, right? But we're out there, and I think we actually have a position open right now to hire somebody to bring in to specifically research what those positions are for all of the programs that we offer, and then partnering with those industries to make sure that the curriculum that we are offering is a match. And we use our Calibrate Skills Engine as one of the tools to do that. So that reverse engineering look at being very deliberate in how we're planning on putting together that curriculum to meet the needs of the job profiles for those industries of the highest paying jobs.
So could I just ask a follow-up on, so that likely helps with sort of program planning in terms of how many enrollments you anticipate. There are certain programs you're intentionally trying to grow.
Yes.
And then can you say just a bit more about how you communicate that to students?
Okay, so the communication plan, because some of this isn't in fruition just yet, right? So existing information exists on the website and in what we call RAT cards and marketing materials for students on individual programs already. But the goal is to be able to provide additional information. This one extra certificate will increase your earning potential by X. Right? Cloud computing is like poof, like everybody is all about cloud computing, and we're honestly struggling to even hire cloud computing instructors because we're competing now with Amazon and everybody else who pays a whole lot more than what we can afford to pay for an instructor to be able to come in and teach in some of those areas. But talk about inflated ideas on what earning potential is. It's not just, it's real, right? But they want people with real skills. So you take that computer networking student, you add some cloud computing, AWS or Azure certifications, and what is that added earning potential going to get them? So what our plan is to look at these specific industries and identify what are the additional skills, if any, on top of what we're already offering, and then being very deliberate in advising our students on how they can go about being better prepared and having the skill set for those industries, for those additional jobs. But yes, the plan is to be able to articulate that in our marketing materials for the students. And then in our competency-based programs, we're hiring program enrollment coaches, which is personal mentors to help in the advising process, right? And so having that person embedded in those industry programs, in the lab areas and everything else, and becoming subject matter experts, if you will, on those industries, on the jobs, on the expectations, and being able to give very concrete, specific information to the students about industry trends and, you know, job openings and what we're seeing happening there.
Great, thank you.
So we had the same problem many years ago, not many, but a few years ago.
Some years ago.
With, seems like many, with low enrollments, even though we were a hot discipline, and right now computer science is so hot, you know. So we, CBEs actually was our thing. We got the Department of Labor TAC grant. We worked on a CBE program. We've pretty much tripled our completions. We built our CBE program to serve 350 students. We've served about 1,400 so far in that program. And that's been our thing. And basically, to echo what you were saying, you know, we went into this, go to industry, find out what are the competencies they need. And we also took the storytelling approach, particularly in our Women in IT program, where we showcase these women. In fact, it's on their website. Just Google ACC Women in IT, of these women who had all these challenges, how they went into IT and how they succeeded. And that has really helped us increase our completion. So it's got to be a multifaceted thing. There's no one panacea that, you know, this works. But first look at what problem we're going to solve, and then go back and solve that. So for us, it was CBE was a really good solution for us. And it led to many other programs, including dual credit programs that are successful.
Thank you. All right, any final words? That piece? Well, thank you very much. Appreciate hearing from you, and hopefully these data are useful. We'd be happy to share with you.
May this group of CTE leaders contact you if they have further comments or questions? Okay, all right. We appreciate your time. We appreciate the presentation. We will reconvene, how about 12:30? We're still ahead of schedule. Okay, we'll convene about 12:30 for panel 3. Okay, thank you.
really kind of the pilot test to see what worked and what didn't. So we've done fire science, machining technology, nursing. We've heard so much about nursing today. There's a nursing shortage across the country. We just got granted by the state to have a 4-year degree in nursing. So even embedding the skills already in nursing will have an impact on that. So surgical tech and welding. And then this year, we're working on 11. So why would I do that? I keep telling everybody I really am going to retire. So I tried to get us on a faster track to do more. And I'd said we were going to do 15 programs. And then I woke up in a cold sweat one night and said, uh-oh, I don't think we can do that. So we ended up with 11. So accounting, automotive, again, we're finishing CIT, gaming, industrial, diesel technology, human services, HVAC, massage therapy, medical radiology technology, paralegal, and visual communications. That's going to get us close to half of our programs to be finished for at the end of this year, which was kind of my goal in case I really do retire. And then one of the most fun things for me, we, at the end of this year, will have trained 8 colleges around the state. And to work with other faculty members from the different colleges and how they're doing and what they're doing. And I have worked absolutely with some of the best faculty I could have ever imagined. So last year we did Kilgore, Austin Community College, Lamar State, Clarendon, and then this year it's Southwest Texas Junior College, Midland, Angelina, and Tarrant County. And as you can see, a wide variety of programs. In our system, you wouldn't need to duplicate, but even in the 8 outside colleges, it's been 8 different programs. And basically, we picked those outside colleges because they volunteered to do it. I send out an email, and they volunteered and wanted to do it. So again, there's really been no duplication of programs. And I think that's great because the more programs we can actually do, then anybody and everybody in the state can have all the materials that we've developed or anybody else has developed. And I left you all 3 brochures. This was from the grant from last year that we could print this beautiful publication, and that's actually the list of skills. Now, we develop skills from advisory committees, program advisory committees, as well as the Chancellor's Advisory Committee. So if you remember in Houston, Exxon moved its headquarters, its worldwide headquarters, to the Woodlands, which is in the back door of our system office. So huge corporations and of every variety, medical, legal, banking, financial, anything and everything. So these skills were vetted by what I consider the best of the best, and proud of what we've done. There are finally 40. We've had 41 and we've had 42, and nobody could remember how many we did, so I combined them all and we now have an even 40. But we did add a new one last year about posting on social media, which we all thought was incredibly important in today's world and what to say and what not to say. So we kind of developed a step-by-step process. So preliminary startup and approvals, you can imagine in a system are large. Just the approval process is a process, all right? And then curriculum design, approvals process, completion and documentation, then implementing it. And so what we really do, we work on everything one school year, and then it's implemented the following school year. Then it's actually in our computer system and everybody in the system must evaluate it once a program's complete. And so just a little bit more in the step-by-step. So identify the workforce programs. Linda Head's our Associate Vice Chancellor in the beginning. She kind of picked the programs this year. I had said, would you like to choose again? She said, no, you do it. So just picking, at some point you have to do them all. So it almost doesn't matter which programs go. I actually set out to do all the medical allied health programs first because they're the easiest. They have such state stringent guidelines. And then Harvey happened and none of that happened, so it didn't matter. Identify the faculty member. I had one team this year that 2 faculty members fought over who was going to do it. That was really kind of funny. So we've just done that on a volunteer basis. Fill out the necessary paperwork. There's only one form they have to fill out. We tried to make that easy. And then everybody has to work through me to do the grant. Then the curriculum design is what they get to do. There are 40 skills, and we set out to evaluate all 40, which is very unrealistic because it was the welding instructor the first day that I did this project that said, well, my people don't need to do a well-written email. And I thought, oh, yeah, now what? And it's tough to evaluate 40 skills every semester. So we came up with just 10 to 15, select those that are appropriate to your programs. And then you can put the skills in 1 course, in 3 courses, in 5 courses. It doesn't matter. Nursing put them all in a practicum because of course, in nursing, everything's hands-on. A couple of the programs have put everything in a co-op class, so that makes it easy to do. So they get to decide which courses to put the skills in. And then the approvals, we have curriculum councils or workforce council, so they have to go through, because we're such a large system, we try to be consistent from one campus to the other. So they have to get all the campuses to agree what skills, what courses, and how they're going to evaluate them. So that works through curriculum teams. And then approvals then still through deans and vice presidents. And then the completion and documentation, we developed 3 spreadsheets, which I'll show you in a minute. And the faculty member working on the project has to complete those 3 spreadsheets and turn in to me. Because it's a grant, they have to do time and efforts as well. And then our software package is called Compliance Assist. We get everything in Compliance Assist, but whatever your assessment package is, you could use whatever you have. And then again, everything goes through me and gets implemented the next fall. And then I'd gotten lots of questions in the beginning. The good news is about this, there weren't really any rules, and I kind of got to make up the rules as I went along. But if you set your skills this year, then next year you decide you want to change something, you always have the flexibility to do that. So you can do what's best for your program. Because we all know the workforce programs vary so much. So here is the first of our spreadsheets, and you all, this is just a snippet. They're like this long, and you can't print them or get them on a PowerPoint presentation. But what we have on the left side, the list of all skills. Then in Compliance Assist, each program has to insert their program learning outcomes. And so then it just becomes a checkbox. If you do skill number 3 in your PLO number 4, you just put a check or an X or a mark or whatever you want. where you're going to teach that and where it's included. So the spreadsheets are done specifically for each program. We go in and put their program learning outcomes that they've already developed and have in Compliance Assist, and then we have the list of all skills. Now again, they only have to choose 10 or 11 skills. So most of them, what they do is once they pick their 10 or 11, they just delete out of the spreadsheet the other 30 they're not doing to shorten it just a little bit. So that's spreadsheet number 1 they have to complete. And this is spreadsheet number 2, same thing, skills are on the left-hand side. Then what course are you going to teach the skill in? And again, nursing did it all in one practicum. CIT's done it all either in an internship or a co-op program. So that has varied from program to program. But again, they get to make that decision, whatever works best for their program. And then the last is a sample rubrics, and it says sample because they can use ours or they can use their own. Nursing use their own because it's very prescriptive by the state of Texas, and they're a 1 to 5 scale. So the one we developed was 1 to 4. They could actually do a 1 to 3. We felt like 1 to 10 was just a little bit overkill. And so, again, down the left, just the list of skills. Then 4's your expert, 3 proficient, 2 apprentice, and 1 is novice. And we kind of all agreed 1 fails, and 2, 3, and 4 could be a passing. But again, that's up to each program to do, and they can make that decision. Now, the other thing, do you get 1 chance at this? That was one of the first questions that I got, and I didn't ask anybody. It was that years of experience. I said no. You know, we've never done that in workforce education. That's why we are competency-based, and the point of doing a skill is achieving it. And so, particularly like a nursing program, I really don't want them practicing on me for their first shot, right? Because if that doesn't go quite as well, they're going to fail. Well, I would want them to have the opportunity to redo so they're an expert when they finish. So again, we agreed 1 would be failing, but you could have multiple chances to go back, retrain, redo, and achieve the skills. Because probably the one they failed the most is time management. You cannot be on time. And so our next steps, what are we doing? So our programs within our system, I'm working with the 4 outside colleges this year. Part of the grant will do 4 WebEx sessions about kind of how we've done it, why we've done it. We have 2 for February, 1 for March, 1 for April. That's probably going to change a little bit. Probably 1 February, 2 March, 1 April. We're also, part of the grant was to write a training manual. And so I think we're going to end up doing a step-by-step process and then have a very pretty brochure like that that would then be available to everybody in the state. So that's it.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Moving along to our colleagues from Austin Community College on Career Connection.
Good afternoon. Are y'all still awake after lunch? So we're going to talk about our college and career connections, and primarily our career academies. And for ACC, career academies are dual credit programs for our high school students in workforce areas. And each academy, the goal of it is to get a ACC credential as well as a workforce certification in many of the areas. There's usually a clinical rotation or an internship involved. There's a job readiness, job placement assistance, and tutoring that's just started. We found that when we created the academies, we've had them going for about 3 years. The first couple of years, we had issues with the students. After their first semester, which is in particular in health sciences, they had a intro to health professions and midterm, and we did not provide tutors. So we lost students because they couldn't do the time management as well as the coursework. So part of this grant is helping us to hire tutors to help the students in the career academies. The other portion for us is to pay for the job readiness and the job placement assistance by hiring someone who can coordinate and deliver those pieces for us. And actually, we have the person hired. She just started this week. Natalie Almanza back there is going to be our program manager, and Leticia Gonzalez is going to be her coordinator, and we will shortly have a third coordinator. Once we got the grant, the college decided that it was worthwhile and gave us some hard money as well. So instead of the one position we thought we were getting, we get 3. We're so happy. We thought it would take us 3 years to get to this point, so we're very happy. When it comes back up. This is wild. Okay, so these are all of our current career academies. That's like frustrating, I bet.
Oh my goodness.
So these are the areas that we have. We have biotechnology, and that one has there is a certificate involved with that one, and they have an internship, and they do go directly, they can go directly to work, or they can enter the program at ACC. And if they enter the program at ACC, since it is a dual credit program, this is a level 1 certificate. They just move right on into their associate's degree courses. They don't have to repeat anything. So we also have the building construction technology. This one has grown quite a bit. It actually started out as an academy, and the school where it's located actually has now applied for and been approved for a P-TECH. So they turned it from a certificate to an associate's degree. So they did a really good job with that. Electrical, Trio Electric came to us as they did with Spring Branch before us, and they wanted to have an academy. And so they have helped us. They've helped us get the space. They've helped provide an instructor that was qualified, that was SACS qualified for us. And they've done a really great job. We had 32 students in our first cohort, and I think we still have 30 of them who will be graduating this year. But it's a 2-year program. So some of the programs are 1 year and some are 2. We also have engineering technology, which just started, engineering technician, electronics technician. Our Health Science Academy is sort of our showcase academy. It was the first one that we had, and we went into a partnership with Travis County or AISD? Travis County. With Travis County to use a building that they weren't using. We retrofitted a building that they weren't using, and we have all of the phlebotomy courses, which is just 2 for them to get a phlebotomy marketable skills award, which is also enough for them to get nationally certified and they can walk out into a job. Those happen at the academy. The pharmacy technician, about the first year happens there, and then they have to move to our Eastview campus because they have to be in some pretty expensive lab situations for some of the compounding classes and things, so we just go ahead and move them over there at that point. And emergency medical technician is kind of split. We couldn't move a whole ambulance over to that place, so they do their first semester classes there, and then when it's time to do the ambulance stuff, they go over to the second one. But we're really pleased. Pharmacy technician is a 2-year program, and then phlebotomy and EMT are 1-year programs. And then we have the Information Technology Academy, which this one we're still struggling with. We started out with networking and user and computer support, and the students just aren't interested. It doesn't matter how much we market, they weren't interested. So we were moving into a partnership with Apple, for applications development in their language. And I think that's what we've implemented this fall. We've moved in that direction, and we seem to be starting to get more traction. So we're hoping that is the right direction to go with that one. In fall 2020, well, this fall, we launched Automotive, Educator Academy, and Manufacturing Technology Academy will be launching. We're in the process of getting everything together, and they're finishing our manufacturing lab over at HLC as we speak. If y'all haven't seen the huge building over there, you should go look. But we have to do 3 a year now. That's our goal. That's our goal to do this. So what the new people will be doing is they're going to go out and do all of the marketing to the students for academies, which means they have to go out to all of our school districts and our high schools and market to the students for the academies. They're going to help them get enrolled and do all of the enrollment stuff. They're also going to coordinate with tutors for all of our pathways, not just health science. We just had to start that one sooner. So, and we saw a significant increase by having a tutor for just a short period of time at the end of the semester for the fall to get everybody through their finals. And then they're going to work with employment skills. Once a month, they're going to have somebody come in and work with the students in the academies. They're going to do resume writing, interpersonal skills, mock interviews, dress for success, professional skills like showing up on time and how to answer the phone properly, because our kids have been brought up in a digital age where they didn't have to learn these skills. So that's what they're going to be working on. So we're really happy to get this grant, but we just started. So we'll have more data to share next time. Do you have anything to say?
Is that it? Terrific. Well, thank you. So we're going to open up the floor to questions, and I might start off. I have the privilege of being standing here. Why not? Right? And so both of your projects are trying to pinpoint a group of important actors and stakeholders who you imagine should understand marketability and employability skills better. Faculty and high school students and students who are joining different kinds of CTE programs at your schools. Is marketability and employability, by the way, just the fact that we have that slash between them because we don't know which one to use, is it a compelling concept, or is it a lift to make sure that people understand how important marketability and employability skills are in your communities?
I think I might be able to have an answer for that. For Rebecca and I, because we are working primarily with high school students, it absolutely is a lift. So it is a skill that I believe employers are expecting from all of us, adults and otherwise. And when we think of young students, these are definitely skills that they may or may not have, or have a perception that is completely not aligned with what employers are expecting. And so that is our work, to make sure that they understand that all of these little pieces that they might feel might make the difference of whether or not you're given a job offer or not.
I'd like to join in on that. Absolutely, with employers, it's very compelling for them. They want not only to be able to see the marketable employee and choose the best marketable employee, they want to be able to use that employee's name cachet and skill set to bring in customers and to keep customers. And so sometimes the work that a firm does, that a company does, is based on that expertise of their workforce, right? And so if they can say, I have a I have a staff member that does this, they can bring in customers based on that marketability. So that's absolutely compelling. It's also really compelling to individual students nowadays. The structure of work is changing. We that have a standard 8 to 5 salary kind of a job, as if any of us have an 8 to 5 standard job, but if we have a standard job with a salary and such, that kind of work is becoming a smaller and smaller portion of the workforce. Students now, from a very young age, know that they will piece together their compensation packages over life, that they will do consulting work, that they will do some contract on the side, that they might be self-employed or working through an agency of a sort. And so they know that they have to be marketable themselves as an individual.
I'd like to weigh in as well. Mine's a different approach. Having been a classroom instructor for 45 years now, all but 2 years in the state of Texas, my viewpoint is from the students. And as I look at this list of skills that really were developed by industry, those were the things I taught my children at home. But I don't find all of our students learn that at home. And that to be respectful, to be on time, you can't backtalk to your boss. You know, in some jobs your tattoos can't show. So it's always interesting in dealing with the students in truly what they don't know. So to spend more time on things that I think they should come knowing, but I realize they don't, has become really critical, I believe, in their success. And so if they can do these skills well, hold a job, keep a job, then everyone benefits.
Questions from you all? Questions from the audience? Here we go.
I don't really have a question. I have a compliment for all of you all. And people that have seen me in different conferences that deal with workforce and whatnot, I have no problem standing up and telling even some of the industry that I do not appreciate them talking about soft skills, because I don't want students to go into a classroom thinking that it's going to be soft. It's not going to be fluffy. It's not going to be a kitten. It's not going to be a soft, fuzzy blanket. These are critical skills. They're marketable skills. They're employability skills. So I want to compliment and congratulate you, and I'm sorry the word soft even came out of my mouth today to even bring it up, but I really, really like what you're doing with this. Thank you.
May I comment on that? Amen, Sally Kay. So, absolutely, they call it soft skills, and it's absolutely not. If you think back to your Bloom's taxonomy training, impacting the way a person responds and behaves is one of the hardest things to teach. It's one of the hardest things to learn and to truly succeed at. I think we should call them hard skills, but that's already taken, so. Workplace behavioral is the way we go with it. I've heard of it as employability skills. I'll take anything but soft.
Yeah, I mean, there is that issue. Do you all have any strong, if I said out loud, strong preferences, or you could raise your hand, do you prefer employability skills? Anybody? Marketable skills, which is what we use at the coordinating board? Professional skills? Okay. Well, can anyone say a little bit more of their thoughts about that? I mean, again, it just muddies the waters, doesn't it, if we don't have a...
Yeah, I think it'll be hard to galvanize one, because we did a similar process, and it came out that the industry said the work readiness certificate is kind of was what they landed on, but it's the same type of skills, and our approach was to... Certainly, we're working it through our continuing ed, trying to offer it there. But in our first year experience, our Learning Frameworks course, we've embedded those work readiness skills in there as part of the certificate. So, but I like the idea of what you've done is taking it and embedding it in all the curriculum and make notes and seeing how that'd be our next steps, because that seems to make sense, because we're hearing it in every program, the same concerns. So work readiness certificate or work readiness skills was where we landed, but I agree with it. How do you galvanize around one?
I just have two questions, one for Rebecca and one for Sherry. Rebecca, do you guys have any hard data on the impact of student retention once you included tutors?
Not yet.
Okay, what's your sense of the matter?
Oh, well, since we lost 50% of a class the year before, and we only lost 3 students this time, I can tell you that it went really well, but we don't have hard numbers yet.
We're thinking of doing some more tutoring. Can I follow up with you in a couple months?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Sherry, a quick question. This one's a little bit difficult to articulate, so if it's unclear, let me know. In your own words, what you had mentioned is you were a little bit surprised by what students didn't know, what they hadn't learned. In this process of marketable skills, behavioral skills, however we want to call them, are you surprised at maybe some things that you didn't know? For example, I'm still trying to understand cell phone etiquette. I'm still trying to understand how if I walk into a class, some students are using their cell phones. I'm still trying to understand how if I'm having a meeting with colleagues who have their doctorates, who have been educators forever, and somebody's giving a presentation, and no offense to anybody, half of my colleagues are in their cell phones. I literally don't know if that's correct or not. I don't know what the etiquette is there. I don't know if it's okay to apply for a job when you have tattoos all around your neck and up and down your hands, and we live in an era of being inclusive and everything. I don't know if that's okay or not. Maybe I'm just a relic. Maybe the gray is showing. But the question is, what have you learned in this process about what is and what isn't appropriate? And have there been instances where maybe you're wrong? Because these kids are coming from a radically different perspective than we have, whether we want to accept it or not. This technology, how they communicate with this technology, how they've grown up with this technology, what is and isn't acceptable, morals, mores, values, it's all radically different.
Well, I totally agree. I don't know that I truly have any answers, but I go back to what I was taught as a child, that you must be respectful. Then I followed our chancellor's guideline that said in any meeting that you sit with him, he will take your cell phone away. And, that's yes, sir. And students in the class, they cannot have their cell phones out and use. And the class last semester, I finally said to one kid, I am going to break your arm when I see that cell phone out one more time, because I could see he was playing a video game. And so then it becomes, well, do you think I can't see? I realize I'm old and all of that. So I think sometimes work sets the parameters. I think I've learned the world is changing and that we have to be a little bit more flexible. And there are jobs and people and places that is allowed and they use. I'll use, for example, my son works for the Texans. And when he first started with them, iPad you could not have and you could not use. And the players did not put the plays on the iPad. That is all now acceptable. Everybody uses them, everybody has them. You can have them out at any meeting. So I think it's more a matter of flexible and job dependent. On the tattoos, we know a welder, an electrician can probably have a tattoo. If you're gonna go work on the trade floor at Shell or Exxon, you can't have a tattoo showing, and that is a strict rule that is in writing. So I think it's a matter of job and where and how and what's appropriate. I don't know if that answers your question at all.
I'd like to follow up on that. When we were doing our statewide meetings, coordinating board is doing statewide stakeholder meetings. At one college, we were meeting with an employer who's kind of a new company and a new self-starter, and I mentioned to him, we need to teach these students more courtesy, like how to use a cell phone or when not to use a cell phone. And he piped in and said, yes, we need to teach them, since they already know how to use cell phones, we need to engage them more in that aspect and to capitalize on that talent of theirs. And it was like total 180 from what everyone else was saying, don't use your cell phones. This employer was saying we need to get them using their cell phones, using social media, whatever way they learn best to use that. And so, things are changing, and even employers are starting to recognize, that kind of.
To a follow-up to both what Dr. Peak and Dwayne said, one of the questions I was going to ask is, do you work with the industry partners in regards to understanding how students think, where, for example, using a cell phone may be appropriate in a certain, aspect. Being on time is probably always, the expectation. But then also in a technical industry where telecommuting is very common now, and something that a lot of, younger employees are looking for jobs that will allow them to telecommute. And that's, are you working with employers to also kind of change their mindset about being more flexible, in regards to what some of the expectations might be, aside from the normal expectations of being respectful and, being on time and things like that?
Yes, would be my answer to that. Through all of this, the curriculum teams work with their advisory committees, which brings in then the industry aspect, that we can know what they're expecting, and we can also help them change a little bit. As my generation, the baby boomers, are retiring, I think then that won't be an issue. It is a little bit more probably of an age thing, but I do think all companies are ever changing. My husband worked for Shell, and for years they would allow no one to work from home. But before he retired, they were allowing that. In the beginning, they would not give an employee a cell phone. Then they did. Then you couldn't have an iPhone, and then they did. So I think all of that is just evolving and changing, but the way we are doing it is curriculum teams to advisory committees. And the Chancellor's Advisory Committee that our Chancellor heads up, they talk about so much of that in there as well.
I'll add on to that about new program development. Each time we meet with industry in a focus group or performance criteria analysis or a DACOM or anything like that to build a program, we include the behavioral skills list, and we ask them to indicate the ones that are the most critical across that industry, because that helps to inform that developing faculty team and curriculum team to put those competencies into their outcomes.
And I just kind of wanted to piggyback on what's in a name. We talked about soft skills and that type of thing, and I think it should probably be considered critical skills. I mean, this is critical to your livelihood. You cannot, it's not acceptable to talk back to your boss. It's not acceptable to be late, and I think Sherry explained it too. It starts in the home. I have a son now who works at Facebook here in Austin, and they give him phones, and that's what he does. He's on the phone, and but you cannot, think that it's okay to go to your job late and think you're going to be a success in the workplace. So I think it should be considered critical skills as opposed to it being called soft skills, because it goes back to what's in a name. Soft, critical.
And I would like to dive in and ask a question of you all, too. We've moved over into working with industry partners to receive advice from them, what they believe are important performance skills, critical skills. How many of you, I'm just curious, are incorporating these as evaluative measures into work-based learning? And if you are doing this, could you tell us a little bit about it? When your students do clinicals or internships and their sponsor employers are evaluating them on your behalf, are these appearing in the evaluation criteria?
So for our clinical evaluations, they do have all of those aspects. Are you on time? Are you dressed appropriately? Are you interacting appropriately? And they have weekly evaluations from someone at the hospital or clinic that they're at. And that contributes to their evaluation for the semester or for each level for nursing.
Thank you, Bethany. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I want to say thank you to this panel for keeping us engaged and awake, as well as being thought-provoking after lunch, and of course many more conversations ahead about this. I just can imagine Texas needs a conversation about what we call this, and so we're all clear about it. Anyway, so thanks very much.
All right, let us break for about 5 minutes so that we can reassemble at the front of the room at the dais with panel 4.
We are going to start the last panel, panel 4, Building Access and Student Support, and I have the pleasure of being up here with 2 presenters today. We have Dr. Leslie Keeling-Olson with Temple College, and she will be giving 2 presentations during this panel, Non-Traditional Participation, Strategies for Overcoming Inherent Issues, and Designing Needs Assessments and Stakeholder Forums to Address Special POPs. And then also joining me is Richard Leslie from McLennan Community College, and he will be presenting ADA compliance training for the work of compliance. You'll see that Collin County Community College is listed under this panel as well. And today, Diane Hopes, our colleague at Collin County, could not join us. Their presentation, along with these presentations, will be made available at a later point. And just as the other panels, we will hold all questions and discussions for the end. So without further ado, I will let Leslie kick us off.
Good afternoon. How is everybody? I have been working on Perkins now going on about 15 years, and I have developed a couple of passions in Perkins. One, of course, is helping my colleagues in the field as we grant write and have tools to make things easier. There's no sense in all of us recreating the wheel. But then I've also become real passionate about non-trad and learning to understand and fully acknowledge and figure out ways to help special POPs. I'm proud to say I'm a non-trad representative. I'm a female police officer, and my husband and I are both commissioned where we live locally. So to start that off, I put this Career Clusters image up here, and forgive a little bit of the fuzziness as I pulled it off the system. And the reason why I put this up here is because it became important as we were starting to look at the SIP codes and as we decided that we wanted to look at those CTE programs that had inherent issues and talk about ways we could overcome inherent issues. So TEA is narrowing down what are the different career clusters, and ultimately it's starting to lay out all the different programs of study and the different career pathways. I'm going to be very specific and slow as I walk through some of this with you, just in the fact that as we started this program, it was a significant amount of data analysis. And we concentrated obviously on 5P1, just in the fact that 5P2 is starting to transition out as we now go into Perkins 5. So when we looked at 5P1 non-traditional participation, we were looking at the 2016-2017 academic year, and then of course the 2018-2019. So we looked across a 3-year span. And as we looked at what our state targets were and our state participation, overall, were not bad. However, it seemed like as I was talking non-traditional over the years, there were always these programs that we all just were like, I look at my numbers and my numbers have said 0 for the last 3 years, or I've had 1. And so all of those programs, sometimes it's collectively the other programs that hold them up, that keep our percentages high. But all of us really had a desire to address those programs and see what we could really do to get off of those zeros as we looked at our participation data. My approach to both of my presentations to you today was to look at all of my desired outcomes and deliverables so I could kind of walk you through where I am and then also give you an insight of what's coming and what you will see. When we looked at the qualitative data, we wanted to send out surveys to the CTE faculty, but before we could even get there, we needed to do an assessment of all the state data. So we started trying to pull the state data to look at all of the SIP codes to see what programs were those programs that struggled the most. But as we started looking for that data, it was individually on each of our Perkins data, but not necessarily a statewide format. So we had to pause and backtrack just a little bit before we got into the qualitative data set. We had to pull every individual college. We then pulled their SIP code, and then we pulled the last 3 years of what their state information was, so that we could then have an assessment of, and we're really looking for those programs that had under 15% in their participation. So once we were able to put that data together, we then started our qualitative set. And so the qualitative set is the survey data that we sent out to our CTE faculty members. And we asked them to identify ways to overcome, but along with it, We also, while we were in the middle of survey, said, what successes have you had, so that we could learn from those successes. So ultimately, we're in the process of 2 webinars, but before I kind of get further into the rest of what is 4, 5, 6, and 7, I'll go ahead and don't want to get too far off of my data and my data work. You will notice a difference between my female program slides and my male program slides, and I've done that for a very methodical purpose. When we started pulling all the SIP codes, we looked at the SIP codes, and first there were 19 different female programs that had under 15% for 3 years straight. Well, then as we looked at that, we also needed to decide that if we tried to address everyone in a webinar, that webinar would be so fast, so furious, and probably turn into a 5-hour webinar, and I definitely did not want to do that to you. But then we also wanted to make sure that we had excellent use of our Perkins Leadership Funds, and there was really no sense in giving a webinar if only 2 or 3 programs existed across the state. So we did our data analysis. We then found those programs that were under 15%. We then looked across and found how many programs were listed in the state. And so those programs, we stayed with our 15 mantra. And so that if there was anything that had below 15 programs across the state, we decided we needed to target a bigger audience. So ultimately, for the females, we have 19 total SIP codes that came out. The males had 8 different SIP codes, but then we also narrowed it down to more than 15 programs across the state. So when it comes to our female programs, the female programs ultimately ended up merged into cosmetology and related grooming, which is 120400. And then we also will be looking at heating, air conditioning, ventilation, and refrigeration. We will be looking at welding technology and then also diesel mechanics. Now, some of these you can see that you can merge together a little bit as far as a more broader zip code instead of what's been drilled down. Now, I also will catch you a little off guard because you will see cosmetology and related grooming services under a female. And I suspect you're all going, I think she messed up. Why did she put that under females? Well, if you look at our state data, it's the one time period where you actually will see that non-traditional says the word both instead of male or female. I will admit that I was pretty sure. I was like, okay, cosmetology's the male, we need more males in cosmetology, and we need more females in the barbering aspect programs. That was my analysis, but I double-checked myself with Mindy just to make sure. So you will see on the males what we did is after, this was the broader view of the female programs, and then when we get to the male programs, we also narrowed it down. So the male programs had 8 programs, but after you narrow it down towards the highest potential of programs across the state, when it comes to our male webinars, we'll be looking at practical nursing, the cosmetology again, and then dental hygiene, and then human development, family studies, and related services, which also is inclusive of the child care that many of us have talked about our frustrations over the years. We then sent surveys out to across the panel of experts out into the field. We used our panels to really push, and they're pulling in some of those experts when it comes to the webinar. But overall, we asked the field to give us some response. So when it comes to that, we ended up, when it came to the male data, we had 92 respondents, and when it came to the female data, we had 57 respondents. So we're starting to narrow this down and have some more information as we go further into our webinars. But I wanted to give you just a brief kind of highlight of some of the things that our CTE faculty across the state have said are inherent issues that they struggle with. When it comes to female, there are a lot of cultural stereotypes, and sometimes those stereotypes change within different programs. A lot of the faculty, and we had numerous responses that talked about peer judgment from their own gender, wondering why in the world would you even considering that, and then the other gender saying, you really need to go away. So we wanted to make sure that we address that and the different ways to overcome it. And then, of course, not only do you have peers influencing you, but you have parents that will give you a different dialogue about wanting a different life for you, and sometimes fighting that struggle or deciding what is your purpose and what's your passion. At time periods, we've talked a little bit about employer bias, and Some of our surveys still indicated that they still struggled with employer bias, so we didn't want to negate that just because overall there's been a significant shift and you do see a lot more employers interested in the non-traditional. We still felt it needed to be addressed and we didn't want to negate it. Along with that, there's also the gender role models, both sometimes in teaching and sometimes in the field. And then we wanted to just kind of give you a little bit of a taste of what's to come, but we're going to look at what is some creative recruiting and different ways that we can target that population, but not just recruiting them in, but looking beyond what is just the job as to what might be other potentials. For our male inherent issues, we also had some different things that came up, and I wanted to make sure I was very specific in my separation of the information from the surveys. I didn't want to say just peer or family persuasion, but it really came from a stigma or a social perception. So it broadened out from their peers and even their families, sometimes even just based on titles of the program or the perception of how, if they really fit into that program. Of course, I'm sure you're going to look at some of this, and yes, some of the male surveys, when they go into these programs, they get ridiculed, sometimes even bullied to the point of maybe what their sexual orientation is and why would they enter into that program. There's also a lack of peer support in both groups, and they've started to find that, and our survey data said both in the classroom and the work environment. Of course, my panel and many of us realize and are very aware that a lot of our males are sometimes the primary breadwinners at different times, although there are still female primary breadwinners, but income potentials seem to be a really heavy hitter for males about what is their income potential. And so we're going to look at that with some creative strategies. And then ultimately, we also didn't want to forget when it comes to clinicals, clinical access, when you are sending them out into the field and going into what is dominant female areas, and if female patients or female individuals that are within clinicals feel comfortable. Along with our survey data, we wanted to make sure we addressed the academic side. And so when I say the academic side, this is also kind of pushing us down a little bit of collectively looking at it as a special population, since it is one of our special populations. So sometimes it's not only entering the program, but it's also looking at some of the other things within the program that they have difficulties or troubles with. We're not always gender equitable when it comes for the equipment for our programs, and so y'all have heard it from all the colleagues. What might be a different set of tools needed, what might be a different set of equipment that they need for clinicals or for workplace experiences. It's very frustrating if they go out for an internship or a workplace experience and the workplace in itself doesn't even have. So not only classroom stuff that they need for their programs, but outside classroom. There's also what we have seen is a lot of problems with childcare and financial needs, because some of these programs have far more time or lab requirements or clinical requirements than what's the traditional 3-hour lecture. So then it extends into what is, the daycare shuts down at this time, but on a 12-hour hospital rotation, they won't even get out and get over there until the organization is shut down. So trying to balance those needs. Clinical access also came up again, and that, of course, you saw on the male side, but the clinical access is also the welcoming environment that they see when they're outside doing their clinicals. Again, also a portion of a special pop, because you can have a special population that is an individual that is multiple special populations. They might be a non-traditional gender, but they also might be a single parent. And so balancing education and family, and then also supporting their family if they're trying to change their lifestyle and go for this specific career, but then that balance or that time period as they make the switch. My grants have complemented each other, which has been helpful, but then I also want to make sure that I have very specific separation and designation. So on this one, both of my grants, really I wanted to hyper-focus about the equity aspect. And so we wanted some ideas and strategies to overcome the barriers. So on these, when we're working when we're working with our ideas or strategies to overcome, I'm going to go ahead and segue and tell you that Mindy and her team sent out a draft of an Excel spreadsheet that's gone out to the field. And on the draft of the spreadsheet, each special population has their own individual tab. And within that individual tab, we address what our ideas or strategies to overcome. Although this is definitely going to be based on what your data indicates, I wanted to go ahead and highlight this now and show you that a lot of the non-traditional information that could be something that could be a funding option, depending upon what your CNLA says, is that to look at non-traditional mentors, advocates, and I have personally seen as a Perkins Basic Grant Director, and I'm sure some of you are seeing, we have definite childcare needs, but then also specialized classroom equipment. Again, this is please just draft information. NAEP is continuing to help us expand and broaden these, and if any of y'all are not familiar with NAEP, it's the National Alliance for Partnerships and Equity, who has been probably our biggest advocate that kept non-traditional gender as one of the core indicators in Perkins 5. In some of my deliverables, I wanted to make sure that I concentrated on something that would be helpful to a Perkins Basic Grant Director or anybody working with the grant, to make sure that you knew of ways to incorporate it into your stakeholders' engagement, and then also ways that you could start talking about changing the narrative. And we found that that's a lot of what needed to occur is changing the narrative. The narrative has always been, well, don't you want equity in your workforce? And when I say change the narrative, I'm not saying they don't want equity in their workforce, but it is how do you overcome those inherent barriers? How do you address the issue, and how do you recruit differently? How do you tell people about it in a completely different narrative than what we've ever talked about before? So we've been talking about changing that narrative and moving on. Changing the narrative is adding a different skill setup. What's your backup plan? What's that career that if something goes wrong or you get laid off or you have this other set of skill set that becomes something that you could actually bring into your present job or create into a new job? A lot of the narrative we also heard from my stakeholders' engagements was, although you see it as childcare, it could actually be your own business, and you want to know exactly what your employers are going to need to do, what they want, and what you want your staff to do. And then we're also going to talk about some of the different advertising campaigns that we're seeing about being a change agent. Houston Community College has done an excellent job with some of their programs about are you man enough to be a nurse? And so looking at some of those different recruiting aspects that change some of the narrative of how we approach this. This has all predominantly been the work in front that leads up to our groundwork for our webinars. And so I'm really excited to tell you that we've got this finalized, and my grant partners are currently all working on the rest of their research and their templates and their discussion. But when it comes to the Female Non-Traditional Gender CTE Participation webinar, we will be hosting the webinar live Thursday, April 16th at 3:30 p.m. We will send that out to everybody. And our male non-traditional CTE participation will be Thursday, April 30th at 3:30. I would be remiss if I didn't give a credit and gratitude for the Texas Association of Career and Technical Educators. Although I am currently serving as the president of that organization's board was the one that was on board with making sure that Perkins and CTE faculty and everybody involved was a holistic front. Not just Perkins over here as, okay, y'all write the grant and we need this. It was collectively working together. And so if you haven't been to the TACTI website, the TACTI website went over a complete redesign, and when they redesigned it, we were able to put a Perkins tab. And so the tacti.org /Perkins is where you can have a place to load all of your leadership documents. We've created an archival. We've created it for anything the coordinating board needs to post in a faster manner. So as you're also as leadership grant writers needing maybe places to distribute stuff, if you need to post a blog, if you want to have archival information, we will be loading our webinars for future viewing on this website, and you also are welcome to do. I also would be remiss if I didn't remind you that our TACD conference is April 1st through the 3rd, and our pre-conference starts off with Brunstein and Mindy and actually ends, and NAEP will be present, and then there's also a NAEP workshop, but I'll give you more about that in the next presentation. Any questions? Oh, we're supposed to wait, so I'm going to pass it to
Thanks, Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Okay, Richard, you can move on with McLennan's presentation.
You have to bear with me. I'm about to lose my voice. I've been sick for the last 3 weeks. We, as was previously mentioned, we've been dealing with ADA compliance, and while this doesn't directly affect our students, it affects our students in terms of access into our classes. So we've been involved in creating a series of professional development modules on ADA compliance, which is somewhat of a misnomer because ADA law is only one section of the law that governs what we're supposed to be doing. We're in our 3rd year on Perkins Leadership Grant for this, and we're focused on sustainability. I've had this statement in all 3 of our grant applications, and it really kind of comes down to, part of why I put it in here is because 3 years ago when we started this, you'd be amazed at the number of people who didn't think that accessibility law was applicable to their courses. Since then, we've seen a rash of lawsuits you may have read about and seen some of those things. And so it was and we were dealing with that on our campus as well. We have a deaf community on our campus, and we've been dealing with that. And so it was the right time for us to start looking at accessibility issues here. But plain and simply put, whether it's face-to-face or web-enhanced or online courses, you have to have accessible classes. The rationale for our 3 grants that we've had is obviously federal law. Many campuses have not developed internal policies or procedures to address ADA compliance. And compliance, if you've done any of it, you can understand that it can be expensive, particularly captioning can be expensive, particularly if you farm it out to third parties on that charge per minute. And training programs for faculty and staff on compliance may not exist for many colleges, and they may be expensive to develop on that. And so part of our grant activities over the years have been to develop 4 modules for training, 1 on law, 1 on Word documents, 1 on PowerPoint and PDFs, and a 4th one on captioning. The last 2 are undergoing renovation right now, so they may not be online for you to see. We've also been interested in serving an underserved special population, which is students that are disabled. I've been to the Accessing Higher Ground conference, and somebody there said something very, very profound, which is that we don't have a disability problem. What we have is a diversity problem, that we have a diverse group of students that we're not meeting the needs of. So I've kind of taken that to heart here. But in order to do that, we got to have access to quality, fully accessible, compliant courses and degrees. What we're struggling with right now is how do we sustain this program after the grant ends, after we no longer have the funding? And how do we build a tracking and dissemination plan for our campus stakeholders for courses that are compliant so that when we have a student that comes in that needs accommodations, we can steer them into the courses that are already ready for that. We hope that if we can do a good job of that, that's also going to lead to increased enrollments for those populations. We haven't recognized that yet, but we're hoping that's going to be on the horizon on here. Some of our expected outcomes for this go-around We're going to continue to create additional accessible online workforce courses at MCC. By the end of this grant period, we will have over 20 courses that are fully compliant and accessible for students. We also are going to continue to build marketable skills in student workers in developing accessible online courses, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a second. We need to create a sustainability plan to continue these accessibility initiatives post-grant, and that's really what we're kind of struggling with right now, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. And also a way to track these compliant courses and to assure that they continue to be in compliance. It's one thing to look at them once and give them the stamp, but what happens when you have faculty that are changing their content on a semester basis? And we're also looking to create a campus accessibility document that goes beyond the standard boilerplate that we are cognizant, and if you need accommodations, you can contact the disability office and things like that. That gives a little bit more guidance as to what we really mean when we're talking about accessibility for our campus. I'm working with a great team. I'm the project coordinator or project director for this. I'm also the coordinator for the Center for Teaching and Learning. My job is not necessarily on the front line. I'm kind of the one that's keeping the wheels from falling off the bus, I like to say. My faculty and staff that I have that you see listed here, Diane, Charlotte, Cynthia, and Crystal, they're really the ones that are on the front line. They're the ones that are supervising the student workers on that. And I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the student workers that we hire as temporary, part-time, hourly employees. They're not work study, they're employees. We made a conscious decision to do that early on because as employees, they can count this as employment on their vita. Also, as employees, we can hold them to a higher standard. We can expect them to show up on time. We can expect them to finish the work that they've been tasked to do and things like that. And another aspect of that is that as employees, they have a better right of being in the faculty's course shells, looking at faculty content, in the same way that an instructional designer might be. So we've looked at that. In addition, our student workers that complete a certain number of hours of captioning and document compliance successfully and undergo all the training successfully are eligible to get an institutional award on their transcript that certifies that they are a specialist in digital resource accessibility. When we first started this, we did a search and found out that there were 500 jobs in Texas alone that someone with these type of skills could qualify for. And so that was another reason we wanted to do it. But we also wanted to make sure that there was something that went beyond just their vita, that there was something on their transcript that actually the institution was backing up to say that they were qualified to do this. We don't have an accessibility degree. So this is the next best thing we can do for those students. We also have partnerships with TSTC Waco, with Blinn College, Temple College, and Vernon College. They tend to give us feedback on our throughout this process. They come in and looked at the modules that we put together. They have talked about and given us feedback on the policies and procedures that we had created the first year. And they will continue to give us feedback as we begin to develop the sustainability plan and our tracking plans on this. I didn't put it in the slide, but we also went to Accessing Higher Ground again this year. We took 4 workforce faculty with us for the specific purpose of creating 4 faculty advocates that we can use on campus to give us feedback from the faculty on campus aspect of it, but also to help us get the word out to the rest of the faculty that this is something that we need to be concerned about. A lot of our faculty are not concerned about it, and they should be. So we've got a couple of challenges as we look post-grant. Our first is our funding challenge. And the current funding of the grant that it provides now, can we sustain it at the institutional level? We know that our compliance costs per course run up to about $2,000 or for compliance and video captioning. This is for just us doing it in-house. So we're struggling with how do we continue to pay for the personnel costs of student labor, the faculty staff advisors that supervise them, and to assess their work. And then who's going to oversee the compliance project post-grant? Is that going to require us to create a new position on campus? Does that mean that we're going to continue that out of my area? We don't have an answer for that yet. We also have several tracking challenges that we're trying to deal with, and that is that who's going to initially certify course compliance? Is that going to be the instructional designers? Is that going to be whoever is going to be the project director from this post-grant? And what's still going to be the process for that? And importantly, what happens if a course fails certification? Is it allowed to go live? We don't know. We don't have a policy for that yet. And then who's going to maintain the list of compliance courses? Where's it going to be stored? How does it get disseminated? And you know, how are advisors going to know about what courses are compliant and which ones aren't, and who notifies them? We thought about trying to put some sort of flag in WebAdvisor, and the problem with that is that there are a number of people that are trolling for lawsuits on this stuff. And if they go in, they might specifically go in, register for a course specifically to sue the institution. And so we're trying to figure out how do we make these, make the advisors aware of what is compliant and what isn't without really making that information public and opening ourselves to those lawsuit trolls. And then how are we going to assess continued compliance? How often should they be assessed? Do we do it every semester? Do we do it every 2 years? Again, and if it fails continued compliance, do we yank it? What happens with the courses and those things? So those are some of the challenges that we're investigating. We don't have good answers for at the moment. One of the presentations I'm going to do at TACTI is going to hopefully get some input from people on some ideas that can help us come up with some solutions to this. I'm hopefully not going to be the smartest person in the room there. Some of the options that we have looked at for offsetting funding loss is to put the responsibility for compliance fully on faculty. That's going to be a very unpopular choice because it's going to probably necessitate policy changes that will mandate mandatory training for this, and we're expecting that the faculty will push back about the increased workload that's going to come upon them. To be perfectly frank, I think that most of our workforce faculty will be more accepting of this than our arts and sciences faculty. So that's one option that we're looking at. But we also want to maintain this marketable skills for our student workers and be able to continue to put this diploma endorsement on. And so we want to be able to continue to use them. So we're looking at maintaining a smaller cadre of student workers to address the ad hoc stuff that comes on. When a student that needs accommodation signs up for a course that isn't compliant, that we have to scramble around and try to make compliant on a short time span. So we're looking at that. We're currently doing that out of funding that comes from our interpreting funds for our arts and science courses that we have to make compliant. So we're thinking maybe we can split that off to a separate account and see what we can do to try to maintain that. We do think that that program is important enough that we want to keep it in place. Some additional related questions that we're looking at is we know that we probably have courses that are close to compliance now. We know that we've had to make numerous courses at least compliant for the deaf community as far as closed captioning. That's the lion's share of the time on this stuff. Document compliance is not as difficult to do, but nobody's tracked it. And so we need to figure out a way that we can inventory that and find out what what courses we have that are basically low-hanging fruit that we can get into compliance really quickly. And we have a strategic plan, but we are not working it as well as we could. We want to have a strategic plan to get core courses done, entry to the pathways done, and then kind of fill in the gaps from there on that. But we haven't got a plan that we're really working in a proactive manner at this point. We want to widen the student pool. Once we're out of Perkins, currently we're using just workforce students to do this, but we know that we've got some English technical writing students and some other English students we could bring in for the document compliance. So we're looking at where can we expand that from that? Who's going to be responsible for training them? Again, we're going back to right now, we have a training program, but they're also being supervised. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to meet those needs. Who's going to train the faculty and to what level? How we're going to assess that? Who's going to be responsible for heading up the policy changes? Because some of these policy changes are going to require input from probably 3, if not 4 different vice presidents. So we're trying to identify who's going to be responsible for that. And then what will be the overall goals of the program? Because if we don't have goals, we're not going to know how well we're doing and how we're going to assess those goals. And so those are all things that are kind of in the mix in the discussion stage at this point, but we don't have answers for those things. Again, at TACTI, I'm hoping that we'll have some really nice discussion in our session that can help us kind of answer some of these things. And I may have some of these things a little bit more defined by then, because I am having some meetings with the Vice President of Instruction, and I will be meeting next week with my 4 faculty advocates to try to get some feedback from them as to some of the ways that we might be able to approach this. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Richard. And we will conclude with Leslie's presentation.
So we're going to finish up today as far as the presentations with looking at our special populations, specifically when it comes to our CNLA and then our stakeholder forums. The individuals that have helped me on both of these grants, when we kept talking about the word special populations, special populations, special populations, and when we first started trying to put together our surveys and get information, we started to feel a pretty significant pushback over the word special populations. So we've kind of segued away from the term special populations when we do talk about it. And with the advice and guidance, and actually one of my panel members came up with, you know, it's not really special populations, but it's students with unique and/or special circumstances. And so we've really started using that rhetoric on our campus, because when you say special populations, they didn't feel like it was something they necessarily wanted to check as a category. I also want to just pause here real quick and give some thanks and let you know that although there's a couple of panel members that are only helping me on one grant and not both. But Dr. Dozier at Texarkana, and then Ebony Allison Dennis at Kilgore, Dr. Mix at Lamar Institute for Technology, and then Krista Jones at Dallas County Community College District, Catherine O'Brien at Alvin, and Kim Moslanier at Tarrant, Cheryl George Jones at Houston Community College, Christina Todd at Lone Star, and Shanna Drury at Vernon have been extremely helpful in evaluating, looking at things with a very critical eye, and seeing what we can do as Perkins Basic Grant colleagues to move things forward and really address this. I also want to give kudos out to Alicia Smith, who has always been helping me on this project, and I really couldn't do it without her. So again, my format and my approach was to show you what my desired outcomes were and deliverables of this grant, and we'll walk through some of this. Some of these have expanded pretty substantially beyond what I imagined. And when I was writing everything up, I really came back and almost to an extent kind of realized that when it came to Perkins 4, a word just kind of really hit my attention. And in Perkins Perkins 5. And in Perkins 5, it talks about the local plan. And it says in there on section 134, the local plan must. Well, as an officer, that's an absolute. I'm a very black and white person. As I read that must, I thought, I got a lot of work to do when it comes to making sure that we provide activities and prepare special populations, that we make sure that we provide equal access for special populations and ensure they're not discriminated against, and address the gaps, the disparity or gaps in performance. Also, if you go down further into the local uses of funds, section 135, it said 5 of the 6 required uses of funds are related to special populations. So as we all were walking into this, and I was sending emails across campus, because off the top of my head I went, okay, well, I know we gather data on foster care because there's a tuition exemption, and I know we do this. I saw an immediate gap of data. And so I started pushing my institution. I need an intake form. I need an intake form. We've got to have this. And thank goodness that's kind of segued out with a new state report and some other things, so that we'll all have beginning aspects of data to look at when we write our Perkins 5. So with that in mind, the qualitative data set of information about special populations became twofold. And when I say it became twofold, I have a spreadsheet up here that has been disseminated to the field, but there was really no way possible for me to take screenshots and make it visible. So we'll go through it, because I'm going to go through each of our special populations individually, and we'll look at what was the data set about information, and then the list of barriers. And then the different strategies are still definitely a work in progress, as we've started with some ideas, and we keep kind of expanding there. When it came to the example needs assessment template, there was no sense in recreating the wheel. So instead, I took information that pushed you into what was the coordinating board's templates to follow. So how to take the special populations and utilize it within the information in the matrix that they have sent out. Of course, I suspect some of y'all were a part of our pre-webinar the other day with NAEP, and the upcoming webinar, the workshop will be in March, and I'll give you information about that. When it came to special populations, we did 2 survey monkey data sets, and the first one we sent out to our CTE faculty, making sure that they knew special populations was substantially expanded. They'd heard, of course, special populations, and in their mind, they immediately go to the disabilities office. So when we sent it out to the faculty member, we're like, please look at it from the aspect of these categories, holistically, each of these categories, and what can you help us with, and what can you identify? And I didn't want to give you a massive amount of just data feedback, but this one really kind of just holistically put it into perspective for us. These students need much more guidance than other students. These special populations really have an uphill battle. More financial assistance for tuition, fees, books, gas money, et cetera is needed. Coordinate with social service providers and create advocates that can help assist for and help fill in knowledge or skills gap, how to study, how to organize, how to set goals, which can then provide them assistance in finding resources to help overcome real or perceived barriers to their success. Temple College has just started something called a Circle of Support initiative, replicating a lot of what was started by Amarillo College and Dr. Hart. So with that in mind, this grant also helped fund a social worker who could really help me look at non-academic barriers and resources. Because if you try to help even one of the categories, there's 8 others that still need assistance, that still need help. And so with this came about some additional information in an Excel spreadsheet. But before I get there, we also surveyed the students and surveyed some of the special populations. And we just wanted just some very pointed comments about when it comes to working on those academic careers and looking at completion, what's really just an issue that's really creating problems for you. And of course, when it comes to our English as a second language, transitioning, hopefully a lot of us are working with our AEL programs and looking at WIOA and making sure that we put those hand in hand. But they need help still with understanding, and they still almost pull back at times when it comes to the English speaking skills when they start transitioning into some of the academic classes. Of course, struggling with and managing with this individual specifically said their baby, but childcare and affording daycare. And then this one was just kind of all other things, financial stability, assessment equipment needed for my program. This person specifically was needing a stethoscope and trauma shears. And I read that and I thought, wow, my husband is tri-certified, so there's paramedic equipment at my house, there's fire equipment, and there's police equipment. And there's been lost stethoscopes or lost shears all the time, and we've just gone and replaced them. And I thought, there are individuals out there that they can't even think about replacing trauma shears because they don't even have them in the first place. And so as I look at all the equipment that sits in my house as my husband switches through uniforms at different time periods every weekend, those emergency things where they don't want to go to class because they're embarrassed because maybe their kid accidentally got a hold of their stethoscope, or maybe their stethoscope got stepped on, or maybe their stethoscope's one ear isn't working, so they really can't hear the blood pressure. So all those become barriers where they don't go to class because they don't want to be embarrassed, and they just need some up-to-date equipment. We've also looked a lot at the different emergency loans. We are extremely, extremely blessed at Temple College that our foundation issues what's called leopard loans. And the kind of dialogue at our campus has been, there's a huge population of our students that are one car hiccup away from dropping out of school. And when I say one car hiccup, the tire's flat and they don't have the money to go get or know how to fix the tire because it's more than just a flat, it's gonna be that they need to patch the hole. The Circle for Support Initiative and the social worker and what we've done on campus, when somebody said poverty, I would say, oh yeah, this area. But when Temple College has a substantial amount of our students that are living in their car and they go to Walmart so they can sleep under a light because they're worried about our safety, and if that's occurring in Temple College, Temple, Texas, then we all have all those students that are doing that because they're somehow trying to change their life. So when that came to my awareness and my understanding, the spreadsheet and where we went with this grant became much larger than what I anticipated. I have a spreadsheet, and the spreadsheet's open in front of me, and I'm not going to read you this spreadsheet. When it comes to disabilities, we all immediately think, send them to the accommodations office, right? I don't know about y'all, but my accommodations office is one individual, the most lovely individual that always takes care of the accommodations. By the way, she also registers. She also advises. She also is the international student advisor. At times, she's also been the athletic advisor. And now she's also the foster student organizer, foster student, aged out of foster care student organization leader. So accommodations, when we send somebody to the accommodations office, it's one person. And so it was like, what resources do we have? We're sending one person, and she might be busy, so in that 15 minutes, did we lose that individual? So again, I'm not gonna read it to you, but when we started looking at each category separate on its own, we realized that if Temple, Texas had resources, then there were other resources out there that I could tell you I had them, and some of them are state resources, but some of them might be something that if you have a resource individual or an advocate to help these students set up with these resources, that's what our social worker does. So just on the accommodations page that I'm looking at, we broke it down to exceptionalities to learning, and then of course we listed our accommodations office. But then of course you have you have home and community-based services from Central County Services, Bell, Coryell, Lampasas, Hamilton, Milam. You have the Texas Workforce Commission. You have Texas Department of Health and Human Services statewide. You have Texas Department of Vocational Rehab. You have Texas Department of Health and Human Services, again statewide for living independently on their own, that provides medical equipment, assistance devices, supplemental Social Security income, Medicaid statewide, Medicare statewide, TANF, Lone Star statewide, Social Security, Supplemental Social Security Income, Workforce Solutions, Texas Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, of course the numerous food pantries, special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children, which we call WIC, the Temple Transit System, the programs at Hill County Transit, and then 211 statewide referrals for food, housing, transportation, shelter, and medical care. And that's 22 rows on just one of my special populations. That might be a resource for y'all to consider. So when I said it started with just okay, how do we address them and what are their inherent barriers, it was to address all those inherent barriers. We don't get enough money in all of our Perkins grants to do that all the time. So there's other resources, and there was really no sense in us spending money and bringing that service on campus when that service existed maybe just a couple of blocks away, or maybe there was transportation to those services, and maybe we needed to look and resource everything together instead of doing it individually. So on my Excel file, each one is a different tab. Each special population is a different tab. And then on the far right, with my panel and with my information, again, this is just draft information as we're holistically kind of working with people and finding out more. But when it comes to the individuals with disability, it's definitely depending upon what your CNL says and what your gap analysis says, what could be the student accommodations, what could be specific CTE specific personnel or advocates to assist them with the coordination of referrals. Now, of course, when it comes to CT student accommodations, forgive me, the deaf interpreter, of course, can be paid out of Perkins Fund. Of course, I'm also going to tell you, be very cautiously, track accordingly, and make sure that that is a CTE student. If you buy equipment for a student, track it, make sure that student stays CTE, make sure that student doesn't switch to an academic program. There's some times that people have been hesitant to spend money on CTE. There have been time periods I have been requested for a very, very large dollar item that either I didn't have money for or that it was gonna be for one semester or even one class, and I thought, well, are we gonna use it again? Do we need it again? But helping that one student, that's why we also wanted to add the resources, because maybe if we can't buy that equipment, is there a place where we could outsource or rent that equipment or have another avenue of support? Individuals from economically disadvantaged families, including your low-income youth and adults. As I've gone through this process, although I've lived in the Temple Belton area since 1991, I did not realize how many resources were out there that I never even knew about. So when it comes to all of this, again, I'm not going to read to you the line items on all of my spreadsheet. If you don't have this spreadsheet, please let me know and I will send it to you. Of course, it's a draft document as we continue to fine tune it and we kind of continue to tweak at it. But we looked at it from the, when it comes to closing the gaps, textbooks, childcare, travel vouchers, tutors, advocates, and all the different special classroom equipment. When it comes to they're economically disadvantaged, they might have Pell Grant funds, but then all of a sudden they need to go to this class and they need this clicker, I've learned more and more and become more an advocate of OER. OER is not always CTE friendly, and so we struggle in CTE sometimes trying to collectively put together all the OER resources when history very easily finds them. So for me, when it came to textbooks, Amazon Kindles became the better option because I could load multiple textbooks, I could distribute a Kindle and I could get that Kindle back from them, but then don't forget that Kindle still needs connectivity and maybe some other things. So it's not just taking one fix, but what could be the rest of that circle of that one fix that needs to be addressed. Individuals preparing for entering non-traditional fields. Now, of course, I've already talked about this, but it's definitely still considered in one of our special populations. And NAEP will be here in March, but also I know that in the past, sending others to develop an equity lens has been very helpful because you might be the equity advocate on your campus, but you need others that have that strong understanding of equity, and NAEP is an excellent professional development, either bringing it in-house, either subscribing to their website and looking at ways to address equity. Single parent or pregnant mothers. With this one, some of them are repetitive just in the fact that it can be the same thing, meaning that they will need childcare, they'll need travel vouchers, they'll need tutors. On this one, we also have added the social worker advocates to assist with the coordination of referrals. A single parent or pregnant mothers, definitely with the referral services, you have what could be the WIC program, the SNAP program, the different Medicare programs that will provide them additional information, or the food pantries. Out of workforce individuals. Again, sometimes it's the same thing, but I don't want it to just become, okay, one textbook or childcare covers multiples, because there's still other issues within just that one category that can still create problems. English learners. I've already kind of alluded it to you. Somewhere on your campus or somewhere in your community, you have ESL advocates that they have already established a comfort level. Don't take away that comfort level, and instead network together, partner together. The person that just took over our AEL grant is an individual that's been grant writing for years and years, and I've known her well, and her and I have already started going, so when we write next year, we're gonna write together yet, aren't we? And her ESLs, and her and I already had the conversation. There's no sense in finishing them out and then just say, okay, now go register and go do your thing, when they need to segue directly over into me, and they need to be in conjunction with an advisor and my CTE coordinator and my CTE career coach, and so that there's a seamless transition for them as we bring them over into our CTE programs and look at different opportunities. Homeless individuals, some of it is similar. Now, I will also add in here that note where it says Perkins funding requirements is needed for retention and student success. A social worker advocate is, of course, very helpful. Many on my campus who are unfamiliar with social services didn't realize that them fixing one problem doesn't mean the person is up on their feet. And so social services is an education process for your institution. I've lived my life in social services and have understood it and worked with it for years, but as you are getting other people into this, they will fall in love, they will want to help, and they will want to fix it. But fixing it for them is not always what's going to work for their success if you fix the one problem. Couch surfing is become more dominant that we're seeing, also car surfing. And although you are unhappy with them living in their car, they might want to continue that because it's another month, and then they'll have this to be set up. Maybe it's the down payment. Maybe it's just the safe place in the car. And I know that just sounds really strange, but I know we're now looking at what is emergency services, because they might be living in their car, but then all of a sudden the heater in the car died. So what is that emergency shelter where we can get them in and get them to a safe place where we can get them set up? I know some communities are looking at tiny homes. I know just even having hotel vouchers has been helpful for different people. Now, mind you, when you talk special populations, and when we did our intake form at Temple College was like, man, we're doing great with our intake form. We have 202 people that have identified in a special pop. But when I narrowed it down to CTE, I had 20. So special populations can definitely be holistic campus-wide. For us funding it, though, when it comes to your gaps. So I will tell you right now, my next work on special populations is getting a hold of all of my CTE students and finding out one more time. Are you eligible for this to be characterized in any of these circumstances, or do any of these circumstances fit you? There might be some opportunities for where we can help you. Youth who are in or who have aged out of foster care. Temple does an excellent job with what we call Central Texas Youth Services, and there are numerous transition housing locations, but they're not all next to our campus. And so a very beautiful, sweet young girl came and talked to me the other day as she had graduated early and was aging out, and she had lots of trust issues. She had been successfully placed and then unplaced. And so she needs an apartment, but who's going to co-sign on that apartment for her? The simplest of things for us that we don't consider are huge issues and challenges. what was the couch that she was allowed to stay on with boundaries, and I don't know what the boundaries were, but there were some boundaries set up, created a transportation problem to campus for her. But how do you get her a driver's license, and how do you get a driver's ed program, and how do you get insurance for her? We offered them, and our state gives them tuition exemption. That doesn't come close to setting up all of the groundwork that's needed for them to transition out of the ISD. If you have not asked your ISD if they have foster care transition, ask them, because that's where all those students are going, and that's where they start their identity and create their network of comfort level. Those ISDs want to get them to the community college. They want to set them up with that program so that that student will have everything they need to stand up on their own 2 feet and feel sustainable without relying on what has been the system that they felt has let them down. And I've become very advocate, and those foster care, I want to be their one point of contact. And some people are like, Leslie, you're starting to take on too much. You still have a teaching load, you still write the grant. If I'm the point of contact and that becomes their first level of comfort, I'll grow them for there. But what is your advocates? What is all your transition things that you need to set up at the institution? Youth with a parent who is a member of the armed forces or on active duty. When I first started this, I was amazed how many people say, well, they have VA, just send them to the VA office. Well, the VA may not be what is set up for them for their education. And when somebody gets deployed, sometimes the housing changes. So some of these students have become the homeless students. Some of these students also are the single parent. And so this has also been something that I've seen just be not necessarily single, but then also just kind of really having lots of ripple effects about, struggling with travel insecurity, a lot of food insecurity related to it because maybe the PX is a long way away, or some different just avenues of what were sources and availability now all of a sudden has left them with a gap. So when we created this massive spreadsheet, I hope it's been helpful as we've disseminated again across the field. I've had a lot of people say, being able to kind of look at your resources and see what we have, at least it's a starting place. And then what we did is we merged it into the stakeholders meeting. Probably by accident, I will admit to you, my first stakeholders meeting was really a special populations meeting, because all of the individuals in that room had special populations. My assistant director of juvenile services was telling me about all of her juveniles that some of them were products of foster care, some of them were definitely disadvantaged youth and stuff like that. And so she was just trying to transition them, and then along with it, they needed GED services. So how do we help those juveniles that are in that system that the parents don't want them home, but we need to transition them across? I had the assistant district attorney whose son is autism, and she's the team leader of the Bell County Autism Intervention Team, about how we help the autistic student feel comfortable in that classroom. So I found that through that, I was also going to encourage everybody that sometimes it's just nice to have a stakeholders engagement forum specifically with that group. Now, if you don't have time for a meeting or a forum, I encourage you a survey out to them, because they can give you insight on what will be helpful, because they're working with them daily. They want to see them come to the community college, and they want them to become successful that way. Again, also, these barriers and these strategies and these programs can all be something that can merge over into your CNLA analysis matrix that was provided by the coordinating boards, where you can look at gaps and then potential root causes. And then along with it, I'm going to encourage you, look at your resource guide and see what services can be utilized with a connection to resources. With this grant, I wanted to make sure that we were, that I wasn't guessing and using my social service experience or even just Bell County. So bringing NAEP in and having NAEP join us and do our first webinar and now our workshop. And when I say workshop, it's truly going to be a workshop. The grant has paid for your workshop packet. The grant has paid for the leaders. And so it's not just a sit and listen conversation that day from 9 to 4. It's going to be a working through your packet as you identify, as they show you where to go look at your data on their website or how to find the data that you need. So that becomes a tool, hopefully, that'll be very successful and very hopeful. I hope you get to come. That announcement has gone out, and I know Coordinating Board's going to send out some more announcements. Finally, all of this will be archived and loaded. I'm going to go ahead and load the Excel spreadsheet. If you have any problems at all with the website or any of the Perkins data, don't hesitate to call me. Questions?
Thank you, Leslie. Okay, so we will move into the question and discussion portion for this panel, and I'll kind of kick us off with just kind of an overarching question. So as we all know, Perkins 5 gives great emphasis to special populations. I'm sure we are all aware of that. And we know that Perkins is CTE, as Leslie has mentioned. You know, Perkins funding has to stick to CTE students. But I feel like CTE and Perkins and special populations gives us a unique opportunity to have these conversations with our institutions. So I'd like to hear from you all. Leslie, you've already kind of alluded to this form that Temple College created that you kind of said, hey, I need this information. And they put this form out and, oh, we've gotten all these responses, and then you drill in and find out it's only so many CTE students. Richard, can you allude to how Perkins Special Populations is creating a unique opportunity for your institution as a whole to think about access and equity?
Well, first off, we have statistically a fairly large deaf population. We have a very good interpreting program. The interpreting program stays on top of those deaf students, and so they're monitoring what they've signed up for. If we've got any kind of issues that may need accommodation, they're Johnny on the spot in terms of getting help for those students. We're looking at, as far as what we're trying to accomplish with our grants, is we're trying to make sure that all courses are available for that special population of students that need accommodations on that. So that's kind of where we're at with that.
Leslie, do you have anything else to add besides the form, how Temple College as a whole is talking more about access and equity?
Circle of Support is our initiative where we have one location where students can go for non-academic barriers or referrals out for services. And so that is not CTE funded per se, as meaning the pantry. There's a food pantry, there's a professional clothing pantry. It actually started with the whole entire college coming on board, doing a trellis survey and finding out what really were some of the things our entire demographic were struggling with. And when we realized we had such a large amount of our students that were homeless, it was everybody on board. It was everybody in the Circle of Support meetings. It was everybody addressing transportation. It was everybody addressing childcare. And of course, I was in the meeting and they would talk about childcare, but I was like, oh yes, I can help with that for CTE students, but we can't forget the other students. So what are you going to do to make sure, because it wouldn't be fair for all of a sudden us to say, oh, we have childcare, but only for this population. So it became very clear that we needed to make sure that, yes, Perkins would be CTE focused and we would take care of and always honor the principles by which Perkins was set up, but we didn't want to say no to somebody because they had chosen a different degree. We didn't want there to be a disparity.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to add comments of anything their institution is doing to help with access and equity, whether it be CTE or as a college as a whole? Okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments for our panel?
Leslie, in your first presentation, when you were looking at the surveys, the ones for males and the ones for females, the one for male, sexual orientation was one of those barriers that was listed, but it wasn't listed for the females.
It's interesting that you did point that out because I noticed it too, but when it came to, because our survey was very much, okay, this is for female inherent barriers, these are male, and that only came out on the survey data from the CTE faculty that were saying this is what they see as some of the problems.
Just interesting. And the second question, because when we had our regional the meeting in the Houston area, one of the things that really came out, and it seems to be more 50-50 or more so in terms of the need for childcare, whereas in our area, for some reason, childcare, we were doing everything we could for childcare. Everybody was shaking their head, yes, we were doing childcare. But transportation was a much greater issue in our area. Did you see that localized, let's say, in your surveys?
Temple College is one of the few institutions that does not have childcare on their campus. And so for me, childcare is a completely different and unique because I need to find outsource opportunities. So as far as definitely the Temple College individuals, we saw that as a need when so for the other participants in it, if they were at a larger, more urban area that seemed to have flexible times, that was not so much an issue. When you go to more of a smaller area and childcare was a set standard and they didn't feel that it was more of a 24-hour society, then it really became more of a what do we do and what's our challenge, based really on hours more than just access.
I'd like to mention something, actually. All of these projects we're very proud of all of you, and we're very proud of the Perkins Leadership Grant Program and the way it's developed. But I did want to mention one thing that Richard didn't say. The THECB recognized Richard's project at its board meeting at the end of 2019 as being an exceptional addition and support for our field. So I wanted to make sure that you all knew that. Richard got to come and present to the board briefly about the project, and it was a really special moment.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from our audience?
Leslie, when you mentioned that you have a social worker paid by your grant, that was just a bit of an aha. I have never considered that, and I think it's just really innovative. Can you tell me a little bit about what that person's role encompasses? Is she working, or I'm sorry for that gender assumption there, is he or she working directly with students or with programs and services folks on strategies? Tell me what that position does, if you would.
She's not under Perkins Basic Grant. She is under this particular Perkins Leadership Grant. And so the job duties and specifics of it are very much related to putting together the resources and the website. She is currently the outreach person that is contacting all of our CTE students so that she can start that database. I was very concerned when it came to my gap analysis of only 20 students because I teach criminal justice, and so I still teach a load of 3 classes, and I knew that just in my class there were students that weren't on the list. So she is also, the other portion of her funding and the rest of her job duties is she runs the Circle of Support. So the Circle of Support and the resources here are seeing what we need to fix or what we need to transition. When do we need to have the food pantry at its height? I was surprised. We have food, in our classroom where kids can drop 50 cents in and get a granola bar or whatever, but you had students that didn't have 50 cents for a granola bar. And so we've started to see more and more of a need, clinicals, things like that. It was becoming cost prohibitive. And our campus is a little odd. And when I say odd, there's not food immediately surrounding my campus. You have to be able to leave and go, and so many are bussed on, and then they're starved, and they were living off of Pop-Tarts or something like that. So she's also addressing that, especially for our CTE population. Nursing is completely cross-campus, but Circle of Support is here, and so she's, for the 50%, definitely time and effort sheets. I'm going to be an advocate of that, but it's very much related to this leadership project. After 2 years, the institution, based on what they've seen at Amarillo College, your retention will go up and your completion will go up, and a social worker will pay itself. And I know Amarillo College has that data about if you start surrounding them with all the other services, that it ends up ultimately paying for itself.
Any other questions? So I would like to bring something up and maybe everyone can contribute to this. So, and this was brought up in the panel discussions here in the presentations. So one of the things that we heard a lot about in our statewide stakeholder meetings was this stigma around the name special populations that Perkins language uses. And then also how institutions rely on this self-identification aspect. So Leslie, maybe you can talk about how Temple College began the process of thinking of a different name for special populations, because we heard from a lot of institutions that they're trying to find different names for this so that students better self-identify.
When we first started learning about Perkins 5, and as I was reading things, I realized, okay, wait a second, I've got to address and do a gap analysis, but I don't have any data. How am I going to do this? And so I immediately went back to my institution and emailed registrar, director of advising at what was my current vice president, Dr. Smith, and I said, help, I need this. And of course, at first they were like, well, why do you need it? Perkins 5, here's the legislation, here's what I'm going to be required to do. I said, how can we figure this out? What can we do? And so it started with a needs intake. Of course, mind you, we are also within the Circle of Support Initiative, and so they wanted to know who was having non-academic barriers too. So they created an intake form. And so we implemented that intake form in fall, but guess what? You missed all the other students, and that intake form is through advising. So if you have somebody that missed advising or went somewhere else on campus or was able to self-register or whatever, and so there was a definite gap that we saw. The intake form also is one page back and forth, pretty small font. And so there were a lot of people that would just wanted to get registered, and you wanted this basic information. Some of it looked at it and they said, I don't know why you need to know that, but you don't need to know it. And then others would check it. I will sidebar slightly and tell you, we also aren't asking, and I hope we don't ask for proof, but that becomes an issue that I also have wondered about. What happens if I am funding them, but they're not eligible, you know? But that was just kind of where does it go, as I sometimes overthink things and kind of walk way down a road that is like, I probably need to turn around on. So in answer to your first question, it started with the intake form. We definitely, when we pulled it the other day, I was like, okay, I need more, and then that's where we are as far as we are individually contacting by email, not a mass email. Hi, Julie, I know you're on this program. We have some possible additional support for students that fit one of these 9 categories. Do you fit any of these 9 categories? Please contact us back. And so I will be able to report further, but that has just started within the last week.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to contribute? Are you finding unique ways to recategorize special populations in any kind of way? Calling it something different?
Googled it, and I can't find another title for it at all. I was just doing it, going through, nothing.
And that was the common thread when we were out in our stakeholder meetings, or people were thinking about it, but they couldn't come up with another name. And when Leslie brought this up to coordinating board staff, we were like, oh, there's a good way to go. So thank you, Leslie, for that work. And thank you, Richard, for the work that you're doing as well. Richard, did you have something to add?
Well, I was just going to say that I think that by looking at different definitions for this stuff, it allows us to reframe the conversations. And that's one of the things that I took away about saying we don't have a disability issue, we have a diversity issue. It reframes the conversation and allows us to talk about it in other ways than it's a disability issue. And put it into a broader context of what we're trying to accomplish.
Good point. Okay, with that, I think we can conclude panel 4. I believe we have on our schedule a 15-minute break, and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock for the end of the day discussion. Correct, Mindy?
That's correct. Thank you, Stephanie. And let me just thank all of you before we break. As happens every year we have this event, A wonderful synergy has developed. There's an energy in the room. You're doing this excellent work. You're telling each other and the field out there about it, and the discussion that develops yields ideas that we wouldn't have had come forth otherwise. So I thank you for that. Now we're going to take a break. When we come back, we want to continue this good discussion. We have spent several months since our fall's regional stakeholder meetings around the state, analyzing notes, consolidating notes, looking for themes, getting ready to see how we can act, how we think the field could act. We want to do and we've had a conference with our findings, just a phone conference, with a group of individuals that included the 8 host colleges, the 4 model CLNA institutions, and our special populations grant recipient, to roll those out and just test drive them. We want to roll them out publicly to you today in their initial form, and we want to have a discussion based around how can leadership address some of these findings that we have from this statewide stakeholder inquiry that included 50 of our colleges and numerous other members of the public in various stakeholder categories. So please, thank you again. Let's take a break. Let's reconvene at 3. And I think you're going to be interested in what we have to show you. Okay, thanks.
about this. As Mindy mentioned, we've since we did our consultations, we'll talk really briefly about what we did and some of the higher level takeaways that we found. But the analysis portion of this was kind of done, here in-house, the 5 of us or 4 or 5 of us who were doing it. And then we were able to sort of drive it past a couple of folks. But you guys are really the first to see a more polished sort of high-level version of this. Your feedback will be really, really important to us. And the cool news is a lot of what we think we learned, we've talked about today, which makes all kinds of sense, right? So what we did with our state stakeholder consultations was to ask the field basically 4 buckets of questions. We asked about cross-sector collaboration in CTE. We asked about program improvement in CTE. We asked about access and equity in CTE. And we asked about how we could continue to keep stakeholders engaged in CTE. So we did a total of 10 different consultations. The first 2 were here at the coordinating board last summer. They involved higher education policy associations and organizations, and folks who were in the service and advocacy roles on behalf of Perkins special populations across the state. So it was kind of like statewide service providers, folks who advocate for foster youth, for example, homeless folks, for example. And then we did our 8 stakeholder statewide consultations around the great state of Texas. 52 of the 54 community colleges and districts participated or sent representatives to those meetings. And we are in great debt to the 8 colleges that hosted us around the state. Angelina College, Austin Community College, Del Mar College, Tyler Junior College, Midland College, Tarrant County College, Clarendon College, yay, Panhandle, and San Jacinto College. And all of those hosts were gracious and real partners in trying to get us what we needed, which was representation from a lot of different stakeholder groups. Over 1,000 individuals talked to us or talked with us or talked among us in that 3-month period, providing input on policies and implementation and a vision for Texas CTE, which is what we wanted. And as statutorily required, those stakeholder groups included students and parents, faculty, administrators, employers, regional workforce board memberships, state policy organizations, and as I said, state service and advocacy groups as well. So just a lot of really important people to us. So what did we learn? We learned that we all have a role to play in building and improving CTE in Texas. Perhaps not a surprise, but this is something that everyone affirmed to us, wherever they sat, whatever role they played, whatever stakeholder group they represented. We all need to work on this, and we need to do it primarily with two different concepts in mind. One, better cross-sector collaboration, intentional cross-sector collaboration between K-12, higher education, the workforce, between communities, and much more communication about and promotion of CTE. Because as I think Stephanie mentioned, the notion of the stigma of CTE or the lesser than status of CTE seemed to be profoundly felt throughout the state, again, and expressed by almost all of these different stakeholder groups. And here we're saying much more communication and promotion, vertical and horizontal, internal and external. What do we mean by that? Vertical, what means from the top to the bottom of our own institutions and districts, right? Horizontal means across the sectors, K-12, post-secondary workforce. Internal means within the broad academic community, CTE's profile, CTE's importance, CTE's contribution within academia should be worked on, and externally with our publics, with our regions, with our communities. We have a lot of work to do on the promotion and information sharing front. But that led us to what we hope is somewhat simple statement of our guiding star when it comes to our Texas CTE ambitions. And by the way, I didn't mention this. I should have said it out loud, but I thought you may know this. All of this stakeholder consultation, all of this work was in assistance to the compilation, the creation of our Texas State Plan for Perkins, which is the equivalent of each institution's Comprehensive Local Needs Assessment, or CLNA. So the state plan, which by the way is right now up for public comment. So look it up. It is there. It is out there and meant for you all to weigh in. It's a production of both TEA and the THECB together. The post-secondary parts were our responsibility. Anyway, so this is the statement. This is a guiding star kind of statement. Assure that every CTE program in Texas supports students in attaining job-ready academic and technical skills, opportunities for work-based learning, and relevant employability skills. Maybe we'll say work-required, work-critical skills, maybe in a future edition. But this was a unified message across all of our stakeholders, and it speaks to the perceptions of what constitutes quality in CTE. Curriculum, training, equipment, faculty, student supports. Those are the sort of key components, all of which together undergird a quality CTE system in Texas. Now I'm going to ask Stephanie to talk a little bit about some of the high-level takeaways that we, THECB, received or think we got. Here you go.
Thanks. I have bad sinuses and they're declining as the day goes, so I'm opting to stand behind this to hold me up. So first, let me talk about some of the takeaways that the coordinating board took away from this. And I want you to remember as we go through these, keep them in your mind. We're going to discuss these a little more. We have a couple discussion questions at the end, and we want to get your feedback there. But these aren't exhaustive takeaways. These are just some very overarching ideas or themes that we gathered from all of the stakeholder groups in the meetings that we had across the state. So this first one here is to support the pursuits determined by post-secondary institutions and districts as they strive to make CTE more robust. The second one is engage business and industry in consultation with post-secondary systems and institutions at the state level. So again, you know, how can this be an implication to the coordinating board as far as collaboration is concerned? How do we engage employers and industry with post-secondary systems at our level? And then this third idea is streamline THECB approval of CTE programs and updates to the statewide CTE course database to support more rapid institutional response time to changing employer needs, technology updates, and market shifts. We heard a very common theme throughout these meetings from faculty that it takes time to implement these changes. Employers need demands quicker than institutions can produce them. How do institutions stay up with the times of employers? Everybody agrees that things need to change, but institutions have processes, and then that has to go to the coordinating board. So how does a coordinating board help facilitate those processes in a more quicker fashion? And here we have launch a statewide campaign to spotlight CTE's diverse programs and lucrative career alternatives. This includes early and intentional communications and information to promote CTE options with diverse audiences, but particularly parents, students, and high school personnel. So really let that sink in. And this last one, establish a state-level multi-agency CTE advancement agenda based on cross-agency collaboration and information sharing. Coordinate field communications, align state offerings, and facilitate program efficiencies for all workforce sectors and the CTE pipeline from secondary to post-secondary employment. One thing that we heard across these meetings was a CTE platform from the state level. I mentioned, and Sherry just mentioned, the stigma that's around CTE. When you think about that down in high schools and how high school counselors are guiding students to four-year plans, and maybe students don't know the opportunities that are in CTE programs, but how on a state level as an agency do we help that conversation. What does that platform look like to help advance CTE in the state for community colleges? And now Sherry's going to talk about some institutional takeaways.
So, as I said, roles for everyone to play, right? So all the different discussions we had in the field, institutions, well, in education, we can't help but be thoughtful and self-critical, right? And we got a lot of suggestions about what community colleges can do to help build up CTE in Texas. And again, that definitely indicates that institutions alone are not alone in this. They're not the only stakeholder or actor that needs to have and will have a role to play. We pulled up all the propositions for action together, and we looked for the ones that were spoken about the most consistently across all the various stakeholders, and came up with the ones I'm going to show you now. It's consistent across stakeholders in all the regions of Texas that we talked in. And many of them are reaffirmations of ideas we know, and reaffirmations of ideas that we recognize as being part of the community college world. But let's see what you think. First, smooth student pathways from secondary to post-secondary CTE through comprehensive counseling and instructor training, flexible scheduling, and program mapping to support course access for students and better tracking of students as they navigate their CTE options. So again, a metaphor that's been well thought through and everyone seems to recognize of pathways, but all the different mechanisms and pieces of a pathway are incorporated in that quest for institutions to do well. Second, and this one speaks a lot to our previous panel, focus awareness and training for all institutional personnel, faculty, administrators, everyone, on student support resources on campus and in the community, including referrals for counseling, emergency funding, health services and food, housing, childcare, and transportation supports. The picture that Leslie was painting about what she's trying to do for her CTE students was repeated to us at every stop around Texas. That desire, that inspiration from Amarillo, that idea that we can do more and everyone needs to be active in helping students find help if they can't offer it themselves, knowing who to call, knowing what door to walk across. It's really very compelling, and in fact, it was one of those things we weren't quite sure we would find, but it was a major finding. Opportunities for workplace learning, the emphasis on that. We asked and we continually got affirmation that work-based learning is a great measure of program quality, and the need to intentionally build in internships and other kinds of work-based learning, whether it's apprenticeships or internships or job shadowing, there are many different kinds of forms, into the curriculum of CTE courses. And another affirmation or reaffirmation of something that we know and that Perkins supports, faculty training matters. And it's not just through professional development, but also through externships to keep faculty aware of the market changes and technological changes or technical changes in their field. Again, perennial problem, or perennial issue, something that we all care about very much, but was reaffirmed as a measure of quality, an important thing to pay attention to. So the idea of doubling down on these or making deeper investment in these was the message we took away in terms of institutions' action. And lastly, two more, and these are calls for not taking some of the elements of community college life for granted. That's what these are, I said. But appreciating the complexity and the nuance of getting these things right. The first one is build relationships between workforce and post-secondary education that are multi-layered and carefully tended, with faculty to employer relationships at the base, as well as more formal structures such as industry advisory boards and central points of contact at campuses. Be smart. Think in multi-dimensions about the way you relate to and involve and act in concert with employers and the workforce in your area, in your region, in your community. That seemed to be pretty consistent. And again, it came not just from employers, from folks saying, hey, you guys better. It came from faculty too, and administrators on campuses as well. This recognition that it's not easy to do well, and it needs to be done better. And lastly, institutional tracking of success measures beyond completion. Again, that call for better data, right? Data-advised activity, certifications, credentialing exam, pass rates, job placement and retention, salary levels, all of those can be used to assess and calibrate quality of programs. We know this. It's not easy to do. It requires, again, an acknowledgement of complexity and nuance and an understanding by the institution that it's an analytic activity, though, that is necessary. Because as you improve program quality, you're going to improve program success. We know this. And then we wanted to throw this slide in. See what you guys think. Our employers and workforce board members and community members who were gathered by our 8 partner colleges in these different stops in Texas had a lot to say. They were all unabashed fans of community colleges. They weren't there to criticize or to knock them down. They had suggestions. Sometimes they were pointed ones for our host colleges, but they were really there to really put their thinking caps on and help us think about what could be done better. And so it's not surprising that a lot of what they say is stuff that's already reflected in those bigger points we just said. So what do they say? Align the timelines between business and college better, including faster adoption of curriculum changes and new programs. Our velocities are different, they said. We need things on demand and fast, and you guys don't necessarily have the opportunity to react. And sometimes employers acknowledge that's not a bad thing, but for the most part, very often, especially in high employment, high return job markets, they need that response. They need that, if not a promise, reaction and activity on the part of institutional partners. Connect and promote CTE high school and the community. Again, this notion of promotion and connection and campaigning and clearing the air about old perceptions of CTE. Really very, very important. Emphasize employability skills and programs of study. Well, we might be starting to call those whatever we decide to call them, right? Employability, marketability, not soft skills, worker critical. I don't care what we call them, but they said this over and over and over again, which is what you would have expected, and what they did do. Keep faculty training and equipment up to date. And they want many, many, many employers sitting there in the rooms with their colleagues and some of their partners at their host institutions said, hey, if we're not helping, let us know how we can help. Tell us more. Get us more engaged. Get us more involved. And that speaks to also the very last two, which is they asked for centralized points of contact so that it wouldn't be like all this sort of scattershot type stuff. If the institution is large enough, a particular, a group of people, maybe it's 1.5 people, maybe it's one person, whose job is to oversee or make sure that the business relationships are going right, and someone that they can call. Now, they often have relationships with faculty and with particular departments. That makes absolute sense, does it not? But the idea that the institution also takes responsibility and understands that, again, the complexity and the multi-levelness of relationships with employers. And finally, better utilizing those CTE industry advisory councils. You got them in the room, use them well. Let them think that time is not a waste of time, and that they're being consulted and they are critical to the decisions you're making and to the information that you need to share. Again, a lot of these employers were really happy with their CTE advisory councils. This was not a generic sort of, oh, they're always terrible. It was nothing like that. It was more like, we often enjoy them. We really do think that they're important. We wish more of our colleagues would get involved. We can help solicit that information. But this notion of, once again, you've got these mechanisms, use them well. It's a very, very important piece of what the employers had to say. Now, Stephanie's going to talk a little bit about access and equity, because we feel this is our other guiding star when it comes to Perkins 5.
We had a really rich discussion during these meetings about access and equity. It was enlightening. It was great to hear from students and parents in these meetings. It really was very awesome to hear employers talk about access and equity. And so one thing a big takeaway that we learned is that everyone plays a role in creating accessible and equitable CTE programs. And so this guiding star that we heard across the state is a significant number of community college students face a multitude of barriers to accessing and succeeding in CTE. Moreover, students may be reluctant to self-identify as a Perkins special population student. This resonated in every meeting that we were with almost every stakeholder group. And so some of the biggest takeaways that we had from access and equity is that counseling around CTE options, especially in the high school level, it needs to be reworked. As I mentioned before, we heard and understand that the transfer option is the most talked about option for high school students. So what does that reworking look like? How do we get down further? And in the new Perkins legislation, it allows for us to get even deeper down into fifth grade. It's fifth grade, correct? Yes. So it allows us to get in there and get deeper with younger age students to talk about CTE options and some of the things we heard today with engineering and things like that. So that's one thing that we heard. Institutions need to intentionally walk toward the student and not expect students to come to them. This statement resonated with us so much in the fact that we needed to put it in this slide. A lot of times institutions, and we heard this through our meetings, is we're waiting for them to come to us, self-identification. Are we as an institution, are you as an institution, I say we, I come from community colleges, that's my background. Are institutions walking towards the student, seeking the student, instead of waiting for them to come to them? Employers have a role to play. We learned a lot about how employers play a role in access and equity. Appreciating and providing work-based learning opportunities to students and understanding the benefits represented by hiring non-traditional students. So we learned that employers, through that work-based learning, finding creative opportunities to help remove some of the barriers that students have by possibly paying them in their work-based learning. We saw some very creative models at our host colleges, the way they're working apprenticeship and internship programs to help remove barriers for students, creative scheduling, et cetera. And the coordinating board and TA need to work more closely together to promote access and equity in CT and smooth that CT pathway. Pathways are often talked about in many different ways, and it's in CT as well. And how do we smooth those pathways to bring CT to fruition for students, to show them that it can get you from point A to point B and all the in-betweens?
So we have some questions for you, and that was a lot in a little bit of time. But you can imagine we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of notes. Broken down by stakeholder, by topic. Yeah, I mean, we still will be able to mine that information for a long, long time.
I want to give some kudos to Stephanie Perkins here, who did the comprehensive collection and analysis, initial analysis of all those notes. It was a considerable job, and it went very far to move us forward. We also spent hours over, a couple of days sessions? Making sure we have these all rolled up. But kudos to Stephanie on that.
So what we're wondering is this. You just heard us rattle off a bunch of different ideas, things that sort of mandates from the field or suggestions from the field for us, suggestions from the field to itself, to institutions. But our question to you is, as you thought about them or read through or looked through these priorities and tasks and takeaways, we're wondering what resonated with you and the work that you're doing at your institution over the next several years. What did certain ideas hit you? I see Amadippa's already got her hands up. So. Oh, you're not? That was just a thoughtful look? You will? Okay. Cool.
Thank you. So I was listening earlier to Leslie's and Richard's presentation too, and I did not know that until last week that ACC had a food pantry. I had read about food deserts at institutions, but last week was the first time I found out that we had a food pantry and on every campus. And that, I mean, it could be my fault that I haven't reached out. But, a lot of these things that you're talking about here, we talk about it a lot when we go around the state and talk to different institutions, particularly the connections with the employers. And connections with the employers, it seems like every discipline is making these connections in silos. You know, the business is making their own connections, whereas there could be so many overlaps between them. And also not just overlaps within departments, but within institutions. For example, if Tricia has a connection with Apple and they say we need, 20 apprentices in Austin to have multi-institutional collaborations and thus make it a statewide priority. Things like that, which we've been, in fact, Anna and I talk a lot about that, how these things exist in these little, silos or drums, if you will, and how we really need to have a conversation to bring people together. What you're seeing in this room are some of the most innovative people in the state, and really these messages need to go out beyond this room for any change to take place.
Great point, great point. Thoughts? Yes, here.
Oh.
So I think one of the takeaways that I was thinking about that I work with and can affect in some way is the alignment of the CTE pathways, because TEA did a great job of going back and redoing all of that, but they didn't talk to higher ed, so there is not an alignment there, and trying to work out, because we try to work out those pathways where students can earn certifications in high school, and trying to work those out so that they get the right courses on the college side, and those are crosswalked as dual credit courses, that they're also in the right pathway is getting more difficult. So if at a state level we could have those conversations, that will drive a lot.
We heard you, we heard that. Yes, people are frustrated.
I think one agency that we're leaving out here is TWC, because that is the Texas Workforce Commission. If the educational agencies in training do not work with them, we're losing out. And so that's one thing that I think we really need to think about.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because when we were looking at that piece of the sort of messaging that was coming at us from our notes, Mindy in particular noted, we do have tri-agency collaborations of a lot of different kinds. Collaborations, information sharing, regular meetings, leadership getting together. We do a lot of that. It may not be that it drips, or awareness of it is at the level in the community where it should be. It also may not be enough. I mean, so it was a really good wake-up call, in a sense, for us, because, you can trick yourself into thinking, oh, we're doing all these different things. But if folks don't know about it, or don't appreciate them, or they're not affecting change, then we need to do more. And TWC was lauded uniformly, and also local workforce boards, by the way, who are fantastic partners all along the way for us. So yeah, they weren't mentioned, called out explicitly here, but indeed, they were definitely an important part of the conversation and part of the mix of things that need to be done better.
And may I add to that before you speak, Christine? We're aware and are talking within the agency about our need to make sure that our tri-agency partnership and interchange is effecting real change from you, or that you can see. And we have even something of a federal mandate to do this now with the statutory definition of programs of study. We need to clearly define both state. We need to clearly define state programs of study that have a secondary, post-secondary career pathway. We need to better facilitate your defining local and regional programs of study that fit the federal definition. So to me, this is one of our key takeaways. Now, how does TWC figure into this? Adult ed, training grants, the abundance of work TWC does with post-secondary institutions. This is all part of one strand. WIOA, let us not forget to mention WIOA. All these strands, I think, will begin to coalesce over the next few years. I predict it, because I think we're very aware that we need to make sure that we're that we're with our partner agencies on the ball about this and doing it.
On interagency, I absolutely agree. Bringing in TWC, helping them to understand the timeframes and the structures of credit education is important as well. We often are limited to non-credit within their grants because their timeframes don't work. They don't see that workforce education takes more than a year, or that it doesn't start in the month of October. And thank you so much, because then it's backdated to October. Okay. And I think that it extends beyond them to also federal agencies, DOL, Department of Ed as well. So that would be fantastic. When we did our needs assessment at Lone Star, we came up with a few themes that seemed to resonate across stakeholders, like y'all saw as well. Workforce outreach, and not so much recruiting, but career awareness, like you were saying, career awareness in K-12 and helping students choose career paths, maybe not a particular career, but a path, an area of study, if you will, is critical. And then all the way through to adult learners too, because so many of us change our career paths after we graduate from high school, well after we graduate from high school. Dual credit CTE, we hear over and over and over again, and there used to be funding and structures for that under tech prep, and it's just, without a mandate, it's not been at the same level sometimes. We heard, as always, workforce behavioral skills, critical skills, professional skills, non-soft skills. How's that? And then for us individually as a college system, because of the way that we stretch across the northern side of an urban area into a suburban and a rural area, we heard so much from employers, from students, from community stakeholder partners and such, that however we choose the location for a particular program needs to be meaningful, and that we need to communicate that to all the stakeholders too, so that they don't think that we made arbitrary decisions on placing a program at a campus that's 2 hours from where they work or live.
Yeah, along with transportation, which we already talked about in the case of San Jacinto. Yeah, that was huge. It was like a big aha. This notion of campus and relative campus resources came up in a lot of the places where, in the urban areas where there was density, but, right? Yeah.
I'd like to add back to the whole siloed idea. That was a comment that resonated a lot in our stakeholder meetings, especially with a group that we decided to add to the mix, student support specialists. We gained a lot of information from that group of stakeholders, and I encourage you, if you didn't think about adding them to your stakeholder meetings as you do those meetings to produce your CLNAs, to think about adding them to the mix, because they are sometimes, well, they are your frontline folks who deal with students on a regular basis. Your faculty are as well, and they will say that they feel siloed too, that they don't have all the information that's on campus, et cetera. But sometimes students may not feel comfortable speaking with a faculty member about their barriers or needs or things like that, and they're talking to their success coach or their CT advisor or somebody in those offices who was the first face they saw whenever they entered the institution. So I encourage you to really think about adding those people to your stakeholder meetings and getting their feedback, because you might be surprised about the information you get from them. And to add to the silo thing, that group of folks really did talk about how they felt like there was not good information sharing across the campus.
And they craved it. They craved it. Yeah, they were a wonderful group. Yeah, so I'm so glad you mentioned that. And again, a bit of a surprise to us. We didn't see them at every campus, but we saw them, I think, at 5 of the 8. And they were always an amazing value and amazing conversations.
A simple thing when we talk about student success, and there is such a push towards online programs and offering online offerings to, particularly in Austin, if you've ever driven I-35, you just never want to take an in-class class again. Online tutoring, totally missing at most places, where a student can take an online class but then has to drive in to take a test and to get tutoring. And that totally defeats the purpose of an online education. And one of the things that we talk about several times is that higher ed is under threat. It's under threat from industry. The day Amazon figures out how to monetize upskilling, it's game over that day. So there are things we have to do differently.
That's a very good point.
We have a lot of competition that wasn't there before.
We have competition that's not just, each other.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to work together and strategize.
And that was another important point that was brought up in these meetings, was that institutions felt like employers were stealing students. They come in, obtain a little bit of skills, and then the workforce just grabs them up and they never come back. And so it is that competing factor in how each entity works with one another to not do that.
But the amount of creativity that maybe half a dozen of the institutions we spoke to, we actually asked, I don't know, how many of you were actually in any of those stakeholder meetings? A couple of you were, I know, yeah. And we asked for people to boast about programs and collaborations and cool schemes and stuff. And we got, as Stephanie said, some really interesting suggestions about models, internship pay, sharing time models, so that make sure that even if a student is employed, that employer expects them to complete the degree by X period of time. All sorts of sort of contractual value on both sides kind of arrangements that were being worked out with local employers. So we're really creative. And you need to be sort of highlighted and brought up. I mean, that's, again, one of the things we're being charged to do, but everyone's being charged to do, is to talk about how cool these options are and how great CTE is, and, in fact, how lucrative, how truly it is about learning, all the wonderful things that we know. We actually have to say the obvious. A lot to everyone is basically the message we got. What's obvious to us, anyway.
And let me just make a request of you. If you're doing something regionally or locally that is an employer partnership that's effective, that you would like to share, please let us know about it. You can email the project advisor for your grant. You can email me. But we want to know what you're doing that's working. We would like to disseminate what colleges are doing that is working, that keeps students in college to finish in partnership with an employer at their employment destination or in their industry destination.
It's an inspiration, but it's also thought-provoking. If you're in the business of trying to figure out how best to build up the relationship, that complex, multi-layered relationship with employers.
And a lot of institutions are about not reinventing the wheel. So if you have a model that works, share. And that was a common thing that we heard in these meetings as well, is let's share. Why these institutions create these awesome programs, but they hold it so tight. And it's a pride thing, right? You're so proud of what you've done, but be proud and share out those things, because someone else can take that and run. They're going to have to implement their own pieces of it anyway, because it's not going to work exactly the way it works at one institution at a different institution. But that information sharing and not reinventing the wheel can be really important and very useful to institutions.
And in fact, we've required of you as Perkins Leadership Grantees, and you're doing it. But it really really speaks to every aspect of what you're thinking about as an institution, and particularly in support of CTE, which, as Jenna pointed out, is an incredibly important part of 60 by 30 tax.
Sherry and Stephanie are leading this discussion. Mindful of the time, I want to ask if we're ready to focus on bullet 2.
Let's do it.
So this next question kind of gets you to think about, from these findings, what are the implications for future Perkins State Leadership Grants? What are some of the can you think of ways that this might resonate as a future project?
Specifically when it comes to industry and developing some industry relationship programs and how to best track that and then also build those programs. Two ways, right? How do we, or how could we better prepare some of those in business and industry to partner with us? Because some people, they want to, they don't have a clue how. They have a shortage of workers. They need people, right? And that's our product. So how we could, build those relationships might be one area.
I love that. And that resonates with me because we heard a number of folks say, not everyone said this, but it's not just that HR department who's going to do recruiting of your students, right? It's the leadership in the companies, talking to leadership and also academic specialists in your institution. And again, multi-levels, multi-layers, and different groups, but lots of different ties. Wonderful idea. Thank you. Other ideas? Other ideas?
Thank you. So one of the things, currently we have the leadership grants where we have single institutions and maybe multi-institution grants with maybe an employer as a partner, on maybe think it differently and how much is given out in the grant as well.
Incorporate them as part of the project requirement.
Right. But it has to be funded, not unfunded.
Interesting idea.
How about smoothing that pathway, the high school into post-secondary pathway? We had some folks ask us in our meetings if Perkins dollars could fund a CT advisor in the high school. Has anybody ever thought about that?
And I'll even add a nuance. Could post-secondary and secondary funds, Perkins funds, be braided to co-fund an advisor position at the secondary high level?
I know San Jacinto College does, and there are probably other community colleges around the state that already do that in the idea of shared counselors. We have counselors from the college that go out to the individual high schools, and they're assigned, so the students know them. And so it's a relationship between the ISD and the other. But one of the things that I was looking at as, we've looked at and we're looking at all the other ways of combining, and I think the Temple grants and what Leslie is doing, to do statewide and collect things. Maybe there's a way we can look at aligning those timelines, that the employers are asking for. And while we know that some of those policies have to be approved elsewhere, at least develop some with some, statewide input that can be incorporated. And then one last thing, I happen to serve for my chancellor on a subgroup of the Texas Success Initiative Council, and it's called the K-12 Linkages Group. Why should we create another committee, another group of people, when what we're really looking at is, so we call it linkages, so call it pathway, whatever we need.
Whatever it takes.
But why recreate the wheel in forming another committee with other meetings that other people have to go to?
And I think, and it may have been a while, but I remember, TWC had a RFP out about 2 years ago for that very kind of concept. So I think there it speaks to going back to that collaboration piece that they looked like they were putting funds to have an advisor, and they contacted us about how many hours would we devote to them to being able to go out of the campus. And so the models are there, and we're definitely doing that. So I think there'd be that same idea of how do we certainly collaborate. But I do like this idea of the workforce and how can we better create strategies to engage with them to be more efficient, to get them at the table, and not just how holistically, because we go through because this exercise we've done with the Perkins to get all the stakeholders in has been a good reason to get them there, and now they're thirsty to want to do things for us. Maybe really mapping out a better process to be able to do that. That's something that may be a piece of project.
Well, that makes our hearts sing, by the way, the idea that your CLNA process actually started something like that in motion. Actually, one of the cool ideas, one of the many, was, we have your industry advisory councils, they're required. You have one for every industry, but we're talking about silos. And one school said, you know what? We think we're going to do a council of councils for industry. We're going to have a set of events, well, so creating another committee, but maybe perhaps at a higher level of our workforce people and to have them do the crosstalk. So they're not just talking about IT, they're not just talking about cosmetology, they're not just talking about automotive, but in fact, they're sitting in the room together, thinking about CTE as more holistically. And for that school, that sounded like a really cool option.
And, no, please, you go first in response to that.
We do that to an extent and in a slightly different focus. We have chancellor-level advisory councils that are areas of study wide. So instead of, like you're saying, one for cosmetology, one for this, one for that, we've got a Global Energy and Manufacturing Advisory Council, we have a Construction Council, we have a Superintendent's Council, a CIO's Council, and a Healthcare CEO's Council. Is that all of them, Sherry? I think that's it. I've hit 5. I think that's it. And they talk about not one piece of curriculum that affects one occupational field, but trends across an industry, trends in equipment, in software, in areas of focus, economic ebbs and flows, and so it gives a bigger picture view. They have made recommendations that our college system has taken into consideration and made very large decisions based on. So our centers of excellence that we're building based on workforce needs are based on those councils' input. We build programs based on them. We close programs based on them. We have put millions of dollars of bond funds into equipment based on their input. So it's really very impactful.
Yeah, for a system your size, that sort of model sounds fantastic, and the region also that you represent. Other thoughts?
Then let me kind of add to this discussion by posing a question. We're looking at how to pull employers into discussions about how to fine-tune curriculum to their needs, and you need for the coordinating board to be more expeditious in approving what you ask us to approve. We acknowledge that as part of it. I'm going to add to that the other end of the pathway. You're aware that TEA over the past year developed about 67 secondary statewide CTE programs of study. That number may not be exact. That are essentially 4 to 6 course sequences that secondary students can complete. They've also identified, I believe the number is 177 industry-based credentials that they verified with regional workforce boards that high schools can award to their students and report to TEA. How many of you are aware of those secondary programs of study and the credentials? Raise your hands. Some of you are? Okay. Well, here's the question I want to ask. I wonder what would be the possibilities, and you just think about this. I'm just asking you to think about this, of using some Perkins leadership funds regionally to pull your employers together to hear from them about how you might fine-tune and partner your programs better with theirs. And as part of the project, additionally, look at how you might incorporate some of those secondary curricular contents in statewide approved programs of study and even some of those secondary credentials to really create some regional secondary, post-secondary career pathways that all three aspects have partnered on. And you would make a curricular linkage out of something that is already existing, but you would build curriculum into it. Maybe modifying it as you need to, but what do you think about that? How feasible would that be?
I would just say definitely.
I mean, it seems like a great match for competency-based education, because what if you broke down what they were doing into competencies, and maybe students don't come in with full college credit for certain classes, but they come with some prior learning, right? Definitely, and they can come in and they only have to complete or show mastery in the areas not covered in that pathway as they come in, if you've built your modularized competency-based programs.
Do it in what we call in our credit for prior learning. It could be part of that, and it would be a block transfer. They would have to come in with the whole thing, and it would block transfer. But I think it's certainly doable, and I'm on board.
Like statewide articulation?
Yeah. We did go through this with tech prep years ago, but I think now we can do it with dual credit, and we don't have to require a block or anything else, because if we align the courses correctly, it's a dual credit course. We teach it at the college level, and then the high school agrees to give credit for an equivalent course. But I think that's something we really need to work on, because until we get that right, it's not going to make any sense to do some of the other things because we don't have the right pathways.
I also think the piece that needs work is from the high school side, and it's educating parents that everything is not a 4-year degree and that it's okay to get a 2-year degree. It can lead to a 4-year. I still think we're fighting that battle big time. And so whether you call it articulation pathways, I mean, we've been working on it for years, but it's still a matter of educating a broader group than students. It goes back to parents, and parents don't know. And so it's always an interesting look. The other thing, because of the changes the high schools have made, and I just looked it up, 26 credits, high school credits to graduate in the state of Texas. Now, they now have, and of course this is 2015 data from TEA, which is their latest, so there's problem number one. They have 5.5 credits that can be open credits. But if you're a kid going to Harvard majoring in calculus, that's one thing. But if you're a kid that's floundering, made kind of halfway decent grades, what are you going to do? And who's helping you? And I think we're still just battling some of those things.
That was also what we've heard all over the state. Sherry, it wasn't you, yeah. It was well.
Mr. Graves?
So no solution other than that. I spent the last week, that's what I was working on, looking at that list and seeing how those certifications, the ones that are on the list that we offer, how can we better approach the districts to being able to implement that. So don't have a solution on that, but it sounds like that would be worth some effort toward putting some money toward a grant to do that.
This is such good feedback. Thank you. Yes, Jerry.
So I would just add, and first I will say I am not, super well versed on Perkins, so my suggestion may not fall within the guidelines. But the 4-year process, or the 4-year push that is in high schools, is so institutionalized. It is, you have to get to them, like the engineering, before high school. So I hear you talking about grants and collaborations with secondary, but you've missed them by then. The collaborations need to start in elementary school and middle school or intermediate or whatever you want to call it, so that they understand that there's value in two-year education, and not just for the student that's floundering, but for all students who want employability. And life is not all just about employability, but part of the stigma is to get away from them thinking that two-year education is not for the Harvard. See, I'm sorry, I'm picking on you a little bit, sorry. But it should be an option for every student, not just those that feel like I'm not supposed to be at a 4-year institution.
Thank you, Jerry. We have a comment from Leslie.
We also need to systematically, from what you just said, address the issues, because a dual credit GPA count should equal an AP count. And so when a student then is dissuaded from taking a dual credit CTE program because they're told that it'll impact their GPA, which then will impact their percentage, which will then impact their acceptance rate.
Thank you.
So I have one comment to make about the dual credit part. I've served on a site-based advisory committee at a high school. It's an eye-opening experience to be there, particularly the hidden elitism that exists. Even dual credit is, while this child is failing, he shouldn't be in a college course. Whereas really, maybe CTE is what that child really needs, and not the academics that's being taught there.
Wow, y'all. We expected it and we got it. Some really thought-provoking responses to our questions, but we're hoping this is not the end of the conversation. We want you to continue to talk to us and tell us. And I think one of you mentioned that more people that are just in this room should hear this. Oh, you betcha. But you just happen to be the first to get this version of it.
Thank you. Thank you on many levels. Thank you for coming today. Every year, we give state leadership grants the opportunity to showcase their work. Colleges have the opportunity to tune in and discover how the innovative work being done may be relevant to their campuses, their current priorities. We thank you for coming and for presenting. We thank you for, as always, contributing to a day-long ongoing conversation that excellently this year and in past years develops ideas, synergy coalesces around these ideas. I hope to see maybe some more talk on your parts and on our statewide audience part about topics that come up today. I hope to see some good, innovative leadership proposals in subsequent years. We work year after year through state leadership to innovate, to capacity build. And if you look over a decade maybe, what you see is that it's effective. We turn the tide. We notch up the accessibility, the smoothing of the pathways. We make CTE better. We make it more efficient. We make it work better for students. How many of you remember CTE in the 1990s? Yes, I rest my case. State leadership has made a strong contribution, so thank you for that work. Thank you for this good discussion today. And I can't close without thanking our statewide audience, those of you who tuned in today who are still with us. Follow up with feedback if you'd like, and please know that you can access today's recording on YouTube at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board channel. And thanks to Sherry, Dwayne, Stephanie for all the work that went into putting this together. That said, good people, go safely. May you go home and put your feet up and rest because you've earned it. Thank you. This day is closed. Bye-bye.